Yo, what is going on, chat? Happy Monday to you. Happy Monday. I tell you what, it has been a full week. We have gotten some crazy news, drama, the MMOscape, gaming in general. What a week it has been. And yes, to those of you who may be new to the stream, yes, I do know that I am not visible yet. This is the pre-stream, pre-camera conversation. You know? Pre-stream, pre-camera conversation. So, you know how it is. But yeah, crazy week. Crazy week. Hold on a second. I do this a lot, guys. I sit down to start streaming and I realize I've got like, there are things up on my screen that would just, you know, so much for keeping anything secret or hidden or safe. We're talking notepads, we're talking documents, we're talking maps. My goodness. Hold on. Okay. All right. Guys, it's okay. Calm down. Calm down. We're all going to be okay. We're good. Let's see. All right. There's that. There's that. Almost done. What? There it is. Okay. Okay. I want to start today by just going over some general news, all right? Some general news. There's some things that are just hot that we need to discuss. First of all, Mr. IT Wiz Gaming, hola to you, sir, as well. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub and the 9 months of support. That is amazing. Thank you, Mr. IT. Very much. Fringe Loop with the tier 1 as well in the 11 months. Thank you so much, Fringe. Old School Fool, what is going on? Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate that big time. Black Fox with the Prime as well in the 16 months of support. You guys are awesome. It's been like 24 months, but who's counting? It does seem like it's been forever. Thank you, Black Fox, for being here for 24 friggin' months. That's crazy. It's crazy that I've even been streaming that long or close to it. Also, just want to give some shout outs. I totally missed who was first. I didn't see it in time, so if you were first, you know who you are. Grats to you. From the list that I see, I'm going to say hey to Kurgan, Joskar, Albatross, Jay Rickardson, Salted Hash, Teglayan, Vorlon, Glorf, Cleric, Xcore, Ginjan, Einver, Lone Dog, greetings, AK, Dosey, Mr. IT, Wiki Wacky Woo, Albatross, Good to see you all. Winterly. Wolfgard. Welcome, Black Fox. Ayo. 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 Burgomeister, welcome. The Great Vendini, just let me play. Spoonbard. Pojalandmes, there's that name. Pojalandmes. Got AK with the 5 stream streak. Yo. Just let me play with the 45 stream streak. That's what Just Let Me Play's stream streak says to the rest of your stream streaks. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's amazing. Just let me play. That's some serious stuff right there. Serious. Fun Singer, welcome. Man of Rohan, good to see you. Dilbo Bagskin, welcome, welcome. Crit, good to see you all. Ayo with the Prime, thank you so much, Ayo. Oh yeah, Ayo. Puddles, welcome. Visibility, good to see you. Sutarian as well, welcome to you all. And we also have our friends over on the tube. Full Wuffy Wuffy, Sergio Volley, Tolmart, Mr. C. Wit, Tim, welcome Skiach, Thet, Gurkha, welcome, welcome, welcome. Omayawamu. Omayawamu. Indeed. All right. It is good to see you all. Good to see you all. I feel like my camera is different, but maybe not. So, just gonna leave it. Just gonna leave it. Cool. I also forgot to change my title. That was meant to be a very provocative title, not necessarily meant to be a twice in a row title. Let's see. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. Is the new office done? Not yet, but soon. As soon as I can find a good window of time to actually like move, then we'll be moving. So it won't be long. Things are a little busy right now. It's been hard to find some time. So we got to ask Joppa, you aren't perchance sending investor money to your own personal bank account, right? No, I am not. And yes, I have been keeping up with all the craziness. My goodness, the question is very relevant and timely, even if it's in a tongue-in-cheek sense, because of everything that's going on with, things that we're learning, which again, it's always good in these situations. It's why I haven't really said a whole lot about it, because it's just so important that everything gets out in the open. Yes, this is Ashes related. You can't, depending on your algorithm, you can't go on YouTube or X or anywhere without seeing anything about it. Because it's just, it's crazy. But yeah, I spent a lot of time this weekend while I was working just listening to like I can't remember the name of the guy, but he had like the Jason guy on there who was like an investor with Steven, and just a whole lot of info dump from him. I don't know. It's crazy. It is crazy. Very sad. But guys, it's like I say, and it's not like I originated it or it, you know, this is a very old, age-old idea, but I am very big on the fact that everything that is done in secret, everything that is hidden, everything that is like, it all has a way of coming out. So it is what it is. I mean, it's a good, very unfortunate, but it's a very good reminder of that, for other would-be, you know, people, to just remember that the things that we do, everything that we do, things that we try to hide, just has a way of coming out. And this has been coming out in a pretty insane way. So we'll see. We will see. Okay. Yes, just let me play. I did see that. Just let me play. Static Group Live issued a public apology to you on the beginning of the rewind. If you want to check it out, I did. So I want to say a couple things about this. Number one, I don't think they made this clear because I did watch it. I just want to make sure that nobody thinks that I asked for that or mentioned that or had anything to do with that. I got a message from Drac on Discord, and he basically said, "Hey, just want to apologize. We are going to do it publicly. I've already recorded it." And I was like, okay, you know, that I didn't expect it, didn't ask for it. And I told him, here, I'll just read the message. Hold on. Just going to read it. Because I think this is very important, again, especially in light of, you know, things that are going on right now. Hey, Drac, thanks for this message. I totally understand the frustration that can set in from time to time, but I appreciate how you guys want to proceed or want to process that. As always, don't feel like you can't be critical, and I'll keep listening because I enjoy your takes. So I just want to make that really clear. Like, this is not about, I don't want anyone to feel like you can't be critical about Pantheon, can't be critical about me, like all that stuff. This was obviously with the mastery system, there's a lot of like, you know, debate and conversation going on. And I think the last static group they did, you know, I was listening into it. I was kind of interacting with him on it a little bit. And, you know, I think I definitely think that they have some concerns and are a little bit, you know, not super happy with every aspect of the mastery system. And there's, you know, a handful of people, quite a few people, I should say, that have some misgivings or are a little bit worried about how this is going to play out or that's going to play out, whatever. I just want to stress, like, obviously that's great. Like, that's totally fine. Conversation about it, criticism about it, all that stuff, like, totally fine. I think, I don't know. I think they just felt like maybe they went over a line or too far with it. I'm not sure, but it was a good faith message, good faith, you know, thing for them to do. And I just want to stress, though, that, like, you're not going to always love everything that we do and not going to always love the process. So it is totally okay to be critical. Totally okay. And I know where those guys are coming from, too. I mean, they're like, they didn't need to do that, but I appreciated the sentiment behind it for sure. For sure. Nane Speed, thank you so much for the Prime and the 16-month-a-roonies. That Bard spoilers on screen? No, I didn't have Bard spoilers. Yeah, Joppa ADD confirmed. Hey, it's in the tags. It's in the tags. Hold on. I feel like there are a few more questions. Okay. Cool. Don't forget YouTube. No, I will not. I will not. All right. So where are we going to start today? Well, we're going to start, and you guys know I don't usually do stuff like this, but there's just some weird stuff going on in like the MMO game space. Obviously, we got the Ashes stuff going on, which we're not going to really talk about. But did anybody see? Let's see. Da, 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 da. Wish I could find a good clip of it. Did anybody see the interview that Holly Longdale and I don't know who else, but about World of Warcraft and the kind of the future of World of Warcraft? Anybody see that? Like, I don't want to go too far. I don't want to sit here and watch the whole thing. And I think it was actually an Asmongold stream that I was listening to that he covered it and talked about it. But yeah, like the key parts that I took away from it were like things like in retrospect, like something to the effect of we shouldn't have named it Warcraft, or we feel like we went too far naming it Warcraft because it's too intimidating. And some of the like graphical changes with, kind of getting very Disney-like with their visuals. Holly didn't agree. Okay. Well, that's good to hear. And I don't know, I've been watching like some of the housing videos. Like there are from time to time, like a WoW housing video will show up. And it's just, I don't know. It just feels like it's taking a very interesting turn. But I know there's been this like huge uproar about WoW losing sight of its like player base, and that Holly Longdale interview really kind of, I don't know. It was sad. I don't know. Like, I think, and it might be the climate right now with what's going on with Ashes and that huge hit, and then you've got kind of the trend that Warcraft is taking. You've got the closure of like New World, and it's like, I don't know. You do like WoW, I think hit me a little bit harder because I just kind of grew up in a way playing it, and so to feel like it's losing. Now, I don't hate housing, by the way, Fishin. I think housing's awesome. It's just the direction that it's taking, I feel like, is a little, I don't know. It just feels like it's softening up quite a bit. Here, I wanted to look at this post. This is one of the main posts I wanted us to look at together. And this was, so if you haven't seen this, I'm a senior vice president at a $68.7 billion gaming company, Activision Blizzard. We have a 30-year-old franchise, Warcraft. Millions of players, a subscription model that prints $15 a month per user, a cash shop on top of the subscription, paid expansions on top of the cash shop. Our former creative director just told the press he wishes we hadn't called it Warcraft. He said this name sounds intimidating. He helped create the name. We ran focus groups. The focus groups said the brand needed to be more approachable. We asked the focus groups if they played the game. They did not. We took their advice anyway. Our VP told an interviewer, "We want players to experience weddings, raids, and new adventures." She listed weddings first, before raids, in a game called Warcraft. Nobody in the room flinched. He also said, no one thinks the same about Warhammer. She compared our franchise unfavorably to a competitor on the record as a defense of the franchise. Read that again. She compared our franchise unfavorably to a competitor on the record as a defense of the franchise. The forums are on fire. 20-year veterans are writing goodbye posts. One thread is titled, "Think I'm done with WoW." Another calls our pre-patch a player purge. We called our GDKP, why can't I read today, Raiders delusional. We timed a cash shop bundle to launch during the trading post anniversary. The one event where players earn free cosmetics. We offer 200 discounted items, but kept the monthly currency cap at 1,000. The math doesn't work unless you open your wallet. The community noticed. We described their concern as feedback we're monitoring. We're always monitoring. We have never once changed course because of monitoring. The players say we're Disney-fying the game, turning gritty into cute, war into weddings, orcs into mascots. They're not wrong. The date says approachable properties have wider TAM, total addressable market. The data says. That's the metric now. Not subscribers who love the game, not community that built this franchise, but TAM, total addressable market. TAM doesn't post on forums. TAM doesn't write goodbye letters. TAM doesn't have 20 years of muscle memory and lore knowledge and raid nights and that turned into real friendships. TAM is a number in a slide deck that makes a board feel comfortable. We added player housing. Players have asked for it since 2004. We launched it in 2026. 22 years later, we described this as listening to our community. We are very good at listening eventually when the feature aligns with the monetization roadmap. Here's what I know and cannot say in a meeting. The name was never the problem. The name built this. The name survived server crashes and subscription drops and an Activision merger and a harassment scandal and $68.7 billion acquisition. The name is Warcraft, and for 30 years, nobody was confused about what it meant. The problem is not that new players find the name intimidating. The problem is that old players are starting to find us unrecognizable. Dang. Like, this is a senior vice president. Like, this is the kind of, like, gut check, you know, real talk that you don't hear from people at that level. You don't hear from, you know, it's crazy, but it's so spot on. Like, as a gamer, I feel this big time. Former. Is that like really former, or is that for real? That's kind of wild. So, I mean, I get it. I can get, but it's like this is like change agent. Like, this is what change agent looks like, and you know, I just think it's. I'm trying to even understand, like, because what he's saying, I mean, it's a $68.7 billion company. I mean, when we look at Pantheon, for example, we look at how, you know, we're doing everything we can and hoping that Pantheon is successful enough to be just sustaining. When you get into this realm of like printing money, basically, where you are bringing in so much money, like, you know, when does a company get so big that it can't really actually be a game anymore? You can afford to abuse your fans, yeah. I know that people are concerned that Warhammer is going to be shifting in the same direction, into this more kind of, you know, and I think it's important to identify, like, what is the direction shift really? Like, what, because, you know, we've talked recently about, you know, there are some things we're doing with Pantheon to make it more accessible compared to something like, you know, a true vanilla era EverQuest. And there are, you know, certain things that we're kind of tweaking, or certain edges that we're blunting or smoothing just a little bit to make it more accessible. There's that kind of accessibility, but then there's like what are the elements of broad scale, like net throwing accessibility, where you're trying literally to appeal to every single possible person? And that's the kind of accessibility creep that I think people are concerned about. You get so into TAM and expanding your total addressable market, and you do that in a lot of ways by making the game not only more accessible mechanically, but more accessible visually and more accessible, like, socially. Like in a breaking the fourth wall social acceptability kind of way, where you start to lose your ability to really carve, you know, I don't know, like an escapist entity where you can just kind of create it what you want it to be, and it looks and it feels like the way you want it to look, and it tells the kind of stories you want it to tell, and it's not beholden to, you know, social acceptability. And then there's visual accessibility. And you have a lot of the things that I know people have accused us of doing with, you know, going away from the realistic graphics to what we have now. But even with what we have now, like, we're still 100% planning on leaning into grittiness and, like, you know, elements of gore and repulsion and you know, things that are, like, heavy, you know. Just because it's a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit more of a stylized art style doesn't mean that it has to be, like, Disney-fied. And I think that's the concern with the Disneyfication, is, like, you don't have room for the grit, you don't have room for that grit. So Love and Gorgon. Every expansion, they took more and more resources away from actually building a game into cash grab mechanics and game design, encouraging buying more. Yeah. Always thought WoW was Disney junk. I enjoyed EQ2 and I was done with EQ after 15 years. Yeah, I mean, it definitely has always had that vibe, but it's, I don't know, it wasn't as polished on the nose Disney as it seems like it's becoming. Like that, I wish I could find, hold on, let me see if I can find it, if I saved it even. I don't think I saved it. There's this this housing video that I watched that was like, and again, I don't have anything against housing. I think housing's cool, but it was like, maybe this is it. The music. So like, and again, I just want to be really clear. I have nothing against housing. I have nothing against cute. I don't. And I have nothing against players having, you know, many different ways to express themselves. 100%. But it seems like all of the things together are kind of reshaping it into a much and it's not even like there's pockets of it. It's like the whole thing is being reshaped into kind of this softer image and experience, which again, I think pockets of that stuff's fine. And everybody's different, you know, and there is room for, you know, expression and things like that, but it just seems like they've lost some of that grit, and it's sad. It makes me sad. And I'm just not, I don't, as a developer, I don't understand what they ultimately feel like they're gaining by doing that. I don't know. I don't know. It's the same thing same with Fortnite. I mean, Fortnite's the same way, and maybe that's the best way to. Which is interesting how some of the in some of the texts and some of the things that are coming out in like the Ashes situation, where there was a lot of mention of Fortnite, by Steven, which is interesting that model and that approach to like cosmetics and real world breaking the fourth wall, which I just personally think is kind of anathema to a game. I think when you break the fourth wall, it's like, come on, like overtly. I think it's okay to have some little nods to it and various things, but when you overtly break it, I think that's a sign of the end. That's the swan song. Okay. Yeah, marriage is, I mean, that's the thing though. It's like you don't need to design for marriages in MMOs. Like you never did. People want to get married in the game. That's great. Like, sure. But you don't need to like push that to the forefront. Like, you know, we want to build a game where, you know, players like that's one of our goals is like people getting married. Like you get married. That's great. I remember weddings back in EQ, even lots of weddings that took place like in the North Corona Spires. I thought it was cool, super cool. It was like, it wasn't like a feature, you know. Anyway, what sucks is that people will still want to expand, stay as just an MMO in the gaming space, and you eventually hit a cap, move into shows, movies, etc. Then you have a safety net and more users who can be funneled towards your game, other services. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. That you do at some point hit a cap, especially when you talk about a game that gets really successful. And again, when you have a super successful game, I mean, I'm speaking about this from the perspective of, you know, what we're building with Pantheon and as a player. But if you have a game that has become so successful that you're drawing in huge, you know, swaths of people from different walks of life and different goals and different whatever, then I definitely understand where some of that tension comes from. But I guess that's where I feel like you've got to stay true to what you're building, the thing that kind of got you to that place in the first place. There's room for offshoots. There's room for things that, like, if you want something that particularly, you know, caters to or is attractive to this certain audience, or you want a place for like a larger, because somebody who's like all into housing and only wants to make houses and build houses and like kind of homestead or like decorate or things like that, you know, you can, WoW is big enough to have offshoots that allow players to do that. And you can have an entire, you know, Palia type situation without affecting your main product, without taking your main product and kind of moving it in a different direction holistically to support that. I think there are options even if you do hit that cap. Did I see the post above that was not an actual Blizzard senior vice president who made that post? Oh, yeah? The real reason to get married in Final Fantasy 14 was for the two-seated mount. That's funny. Yo, Teglayan, thank you so much for the Prime. And Radial, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that, guys. If you've played UO and Shadowbane, you should check out Mortal Online 2. It's very similar in terms of gameplay systems. Open PvP is currently experiencing a slight resurgence of popularity, even though it will always remain a niche game. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Just let me play. The updated graphics kind of hurt them. As much as people were clamoring for that. I just think they made them too soft. I don't think there's anything wrong with the art style. It's the story style that comes with it. Let's not put down artists. WoW's art looks fine. The grid is a form of storytelling and world building that they've moved away from. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. I'm not meaning to say anything bad about anybody or anything related to the actual work that's being done. I mean, the art quality is fantastic. It always, in my opinion, it always has been, even early days. It's really more I guess, a criticism of the vibe of the feel. And where I feel like they're losing their way a little bit. Yeah. And it's more just a general concern as well of just that as a trend in general. To kind of veer more towards that kind of approach. The softness was my worry when Pantheon moved art styles, but so far not an issue. Yeah. It's really, and that's a good point that was made. Who said that, by the way? Syndicate art. Yeah, I mean it's a good point. It really is not a criticism or any kind of commentary on the artists. It is. I think it really does come down to that. Like, how far do you keep reaching? How far do you let that kind of reach go where you're trying to bring in more and more people? And, I don't know. It's just been something I've been thinking about a lot, especially in the wake of everything that's going on with Ashes. So just curious what you guys thought about that. I don't know how many of you even still play WoW to the extent that would matter to you all that much, but, All right, let's what else is going on in the news, in the MMO news landscape? I will confess that I feel like I've been under a rock this past weekend trying to get Summoner Nightfall Crypt totally ready to roll. What did I miss? You've been only playing classic servers anniversary WoW? When are we all migrating to TeamSpeak? Good question. Dude, TeamSpeak was that was the stuff. That was the stuff. Oh, did I miss that crit? Okay, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, Discord. I saw that too. Discord wanting facial scans. That's wild. Like that is, yeah, that was wild. We are going to make a new summoner. Look at that beautiful, beautiful intellect. My goodness. What's the guy with the mask on the launcher? That is Arakamel, the Ogre Dire Lord. Amazing story. Amazing story. Yeah. We need to... That's one of those that deserves a good telling. A good telling. Can you speak to how you see PvP in Pantheon? Yeah. I think it's going to be awesome. That's how I see it. So, PvP will be handled on a server rule set basis. So you will not have integrated PvP into just the world experience. You'll have a clean difference between PvP and PvE. So you'll have these dedicated servers with different rule sets. Some will be things like free-for-all. Some will be more kind of thematic in terms of its rule set. So like team-based, you know. There's... we actually have a PvP server right now. I am hoping that we could potentially get safe zones in sooner than later. I think one of the things that caused our PvP server to kind of ultimately die down is that we don't have safe zones. Like there's literally nowhere where you're safe, villages, bind stones, anything like that. So you're just ganked pretty much anywhere, everywhere. I'd like to get safe zones in. I think that would be a pretty minor lift and would give some good... with the wipe coming, our PvP players a way to, you know, reason to come back in and give it another go. Anyway, PvP is not a focus right now, but I believe that PvP, the best PvP experiences are built on solid PvE foundation. So as a PvE centric game, I think our PvP has a chance to be really fresh and exciting. The other thing that I'm wanting us to explore down the road is a survival extraction mode PvP for Pantheon, which I think would also be awesome. We've already actually experienced a little bit of it, and I think it'd be awesome. I await your next story stream. We should have some story streams. That'd be sick. That would be sick. Who's this? This is Theolin. Theolin Greymane. She is an Ember Elf. And this is actually... this is the white wall in the floor of heavens, which is in the northwestern part of Fairthale, and ultimately what leads into the Rhone Mountains. So she's stationed up there. What's up, Primus? But she's kind of a big deal. All of these are major characters. Arakamel, Theolin. There's a few others. I don't know if they cycle through on these screens, but yeah. The white wall in the floor of heavens. I've heard all I needed to hear. Nice. Yeah, I think 247 was fun too. I think in its proper... I mean, it was a great tool for us. It would have been a great tool for us, you know, is what it is. But I think when it's time, I think it could be a really cool addition to the game. Yeah. Joppa, for Valentine's Day, I made a chart of past relationships. It has an X-axis and a Y-axis. Thank you, Dayhawk. Well done. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Seasons ultimately was the better. Yeah, was better. Yo, Syndicate, thank you so much. Appreciate the Prime sub. I'm a big lore junkie. I can't wait to see your guys' world fully fleshed out with all the races implemented. I know, me too. Me too. When's the next wipe? In spring. We haven't announced the exact date yet. Okay. Let's go. I'm coming back from like a year off after the wipe, hoping to bring back my friends who are my static group too. I could see it as a fun, yeah. Nice, nerds. Be good to see you back. Are you going to announce the wipe date like 2 weeks before it happens? No, no. We'll give you guys more heads up than that for sure. For sure. Okay. First, hold on, I'll show you this first. I want to show you the summoner scroll merchant. Okay. Yeah, at least 2 weeks and 1 day. We'll give you that extra day for sure. That's crazy to think that we wouldn't give you at least that extra day in there. 2 weeks and a day, I think, is plenty generous, right? Yeah. In fact, I'm thinking the summoner might be a good time for us to split up our spell scroll vendors into level ranges. Because yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. But it's funny that the summoner is going to go from being like the least fleshed to the most fleshed here very shortly. Let's see. Let's go ahead and set our level to not 120. 10 will be fine. Can you guys hear the game okay? Is it a good volume? Just a bug in the wind system, Albatross. Slow. Probably better, yeah. Are there plans to play spell vendors in the wild with like rare hidden spells? Oh yeah, like original key. Yeah, 100%. Right now, just for early access, we have all of the abilities. Well, I should say all. Most of the abilities available on vendors. But yeah, with 1.0, there will be abilities that only drop, abilities that you have to quest for. It'll be a nice mix. There's no game sound? Really? Hold on. Is that better? Okay, cool. All right, we'll try it like that for now. See how we go. Get some coin. All right, so brand new summoner, guys. Here we go. Level 1. Starting off with Frail Shielding, the Minor Fury Archimental, and Mana Bolt, which is a... Well, let's look at these. So we've got Panic Creation. This is our technique. So this is a... I cast this. This is a damaging technique. We've got Frail Shielding, which is a HPAC buff. We've got our first pet. And we've got Mana Bolt. Command your Fury Archimental to launch a bolt of mana at the enemy, dealing magic damage. So here is our starting arsenal. Little guy. Got our pet window. We've revised this a little bit to get rid of some of the things that you don't need to see. So, should be a little clearer now. Snickerdoodle, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 5 months of support. Appreciate that. Okay, hold on, let me get my... Okay. Little guy doing good, doing good. Oh my goodness. Whew. Okay. Okay. I teased you with the Fiery Avenger years ago. Really? All brand new summoners will start with 45 gold. Yes, of course. This cast bar is a bug that Steve is fixing. It's just a sync issue. We're actually going to put an option in the settings here where you can check it to make your cast bars visible, like of yours and your pet, so you can kind of move your cast bar around where you want it, and then uncheck it to hide it, so you don't have to kind of play the little mini game of, you know, casting and moving your spell around while it's casting. Should have loadouts going in soon too. Also, this is new. Still, you know, art-wise, pretty temporary, but having actual, you know, a little bit better organized skill window. Yo, what's going on, Jazz? That's another little thing that we tweaked too, which I love, is the pet actually moves into range. Like if you try to cast a spell from back here, the pet will actually move into range to cast it, which is really nice. I got you. I got you. Slide you over. Now, we can get, also at level 1, we have our Zephyr that we can buy. And the first ability for the Zephyr, the Wind Blade. Let's go ahead and get the Zephyr out as well. And then we're not gonna, you know, I'm obviously not planning on leveling up or anything naturally. I just want to show you guys some like highlights, some things that I think will really get you kind of jazzed and excited. There was a Blizzard ad during my stream. That's hilarious. Oh man, that's funny. So we got our Zephyr. Get rid of the Undone or the Fury. I don't know if we want to do a level 2. I'm gonna say no. Yo, what's going on, Essential? Good to see you. Pets level up with you. What's Mew with my favorite class? The Necro? The Necro's time will come soon. Gronzik, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate that, my friend. In the 13 months. So we've looked at Aether Darts. We have a whole line now of food and drink summon all the way up to max level. So, you know, and then even at max level, you know, that transitions into like a single item summon that quenches hunger and thirst. We've got our damage shield. That's something we can look at. Mana Bomb, Clash Charge. So those two, you guys have seen those. What else? So we have our buffs in play now too, where you have your pet-specific buffs with the amps. So those are all in. And you have like multiple different ones. So you've got like your energy amp, which increases health. You've got your density and resistance amp, increases AC and resistance. You've got your quickening and your alacrity amp. This is for melee haste and spell haste. And you've got your force and your might amp, which is for spell power and attack power. And you know, those obviously going to be a big part of your DPS and some of the decisions that you'll be making. We've also got Gate, Summoners Rejoice. Gate is in play for the Summoner, and Invisibility. Gate Invisibility finally enter the fray. We've also got bandages. So let's talk about bandages for a second, because this is something that might see a few iterations as we go along. Where's the first one? Here we go. Simple bandages. Gain Invis. Yeah, the tabs, the locked tabs at the top are meant for like faction-based unlocks. So we probably won't use those to break up the spells. I think we'll just need some different vendors. Yeah. So let's summon some bandages. Here we go. Now, most of the things that summoners summon are temporary. meaning they're going to disappear if you stay logged out for more than 30 minutes. Once that, you know, is working properly in all cases. Braylon, explain the gate ability and its functionality to warn a yay response, not a troll, genuinely curious. Yeah, so basically as you travel around the world, you'll find bind stones, and you can right-click those bind stones to bind yourself to that location, meaning when you die, that's where you will respawn, is at that bind stone. The gate ability allows you to travel to that location at will through a spell. So anywhere that you've bound to, whatever bind stone you're bound to. So let's say you bind at the stone right outside of Dimith Village or inside of Avelia, and you're, you know, 2 zones away doing something, you can use the gate spell to travel back to that bind stone. And it's a really nice quality of life for casters and other classes. The other cool thing is that at level 22, summoners will be able to summon gate stones that they can actually give to other players that will give them a single charge gate. It's all part of like building in some of that that cool utility for the summoner class that gives them things that they can summon that are actually really helpful to other people. Like bandages, for example. So with these bandages, so let's look at it. Applying this bandage will restore 10 health, only usable when your health is below 60%. But this is also the very basic bandage, the very first bandage you can use. 10 health isn't all that much. If I was, let's say, I don't know, depends on what level you are, but like if I was, say, level 2, I've got 36 health total, then I'm super low health, then obviously a bandage is going to be really nice. But the other cool thing about the bandage is that I can use it while I'm in combat as well. And so this will be a great tool. Like if you've got some bandages on you and you get enough distance from a target and you have the chance to actually use a bandage, then you can get a little bit of health back. So stack of 50, it's heavy. It's heavy if you get a bunch of them, but yeah. All right, let's keep going here. I'll go ahead and get an amp out just to have it. Invis. Got the damage shield we're gonna try out. Oh yeah, we get our first armor set for the pet at level 10. So let's go ahead and get the level 10. It'll probably be, there's the Zephyr. And also our wind blades. There we go. Okay, so we'll set level 12. One spell equals full set, yes, but this is a very basic set of gear. So you will not, you're going to want to upgrade these, and that's where like the dropped pet armor, dropped spells for pet armor, but also just the dropped armor in general, those will be superior. This is just meant to get you kind of a baseline. Okay, damage shield, let's try that. Armor, might amp, and swords. So we can summon the Gale Swords. Shift right click works for pets now, which is really nice. And then we'll summon the armor set. Better pet armor. Let's actually summon our new pet as well. The lesser version. Shoulder, support, wrist, chest, and head. Okay. And then, do you still have your... Oh, hold on. Cool. Super clean. Super clean. Got our might amp. It's increasing its attack power. They've got this new passive ability repair. So when they're out of combat, they're going to start recovering missing health every 3 seconds, and it'll work very similarly as the player resting mechanic, so it'll just kind of build over time as they're out of combat. Does each pet have a unique passive anymore? They do. Yes, they do. Let's go to... Let's see, what else do we want to talk about? Hold on. I want to show you guys some high-level pet play here in a second, because the last time I was showing you, we didn't account for stat scaling. So I was level 50, pet was level 50 and all that, but I didn't have any gear. And stat scaling, as you know, plays a pretty big role. Talked about the... Oh, I have something that I want to show you guys. So let's actually get the Undyne in play real quick. Let's get rid of you. We'll set our level to 40. You get Undyne at 20, but we're going to set our level to 40. And... Mending. There we go. Yes, these will be at a reduced price, yeah. Osmos, no, I did not. I do not have time right now. And my plan right now is to wait until their early access hits to give it a try. Yeah. Undyne. And boom. This the level 40 pets. These are the superior versions. So now, one of the changes with the pet heals is you've got it actually on your bar now. You've got control of it, and so I can target myself and have my Undyne heal me. Obviously, I can do the same for the other pet or another player. So it's definitely feels a lot better with the floating combat text as well. Like it just all kind of, it's all feeling a lot better. All feeling a lot better. You can have 2 pets when one of them is the Undyne. This Undyne pet is the only one that you can have out in addition to another one. Yeah. And their Water Lash is a self-cast ability, so they will use Water Lash on their own. You won't need to activate Water Lash. Okay, I want to show you guys a couple cool things. Can you fill your ability bar now at 40? Oh yeah. Yeah. Yes. Here, let's do that. What would I have on my ability bar? I would have let's just do it like this. Gale Step, we'd have the level 34 Gale Step. We'd have Tempest. We would have Crystal Mending. Blade. And then you've got a couple of abilities that I'm not showing yet that are meant to be kind of a surprise as far as like a defensive pet ability. Things like the Zephyr, you know, being able to dodge an incoming attack, things like that. But yeah, I mean, this is just... And then if we go, like... I don't know. What's a good robe, guys? What's a good level 40 robe? Give me some good gear. Just spit off, like, some good... What's gear that you would love to have at level 40? Searing Silk Robe. Brown Robe of Determination. That's funny. Okay, Gown of the Hearth. What else? Give me some, what else do you want? What head item do you want? Superior Brown Town Robe of Excellence. Potato sack of knee. That's great. I mean, honestly, we could also just like set our stats. So let's do, I don't know, let's just do like do wisdom like 25, like 35 intellect. Something like that. Now, check this out. Some of you will, oh wait. Let's go back down here. Some of you will recognize this. Some of you will recognize this. It's a little bit of a throwback. It's a little bit of a nod. Okay. I know, right? Nerd alert. You listen. There's one more thing I need to show you that's going to make you even more pogged. I was hoping that we have so many patches going through each day now that I'm surprised I've even stayed in here this long, but so cool. And we'll probably have, you know, we'll definitely have ranks that make it move faster, but we'll probably have those ranks make it last longer as well. Yeah. That's not a moon. That's the... What is that? Oh, dear. I'm dead? Okay. Needs more eyeball wetness. That's fair. That's fair. Just drips. It needs to be dripping wet, sopping wet. Yeah, like it's just had like a fresh spray of like eye drops. Now. Level 40. We are, by level 40, we're going to start getting into some of the prestige summons. Now, the cool thing about this is that it's momentum based. So even though it's a little janky right now until we get our actual like bar, like our general bar in. Let me try summoning a fresh one of these, see if it... Oh, good. There. Anyway, it's momentum based. So had you been running and used it, you would have been able to go farther. But a little bit of glider tech, but in the form of a relic. So it's got a long cooldown. It's temporary, so it will go away if you're logged out for more than 30 minutes kind of thing. It's not... It doesn't replace like having a glider on hand or anything like that. But... Relic of server resetting, that's right. Yeah, it would stack with the speed, the druid speed, yeah. Yes, it is tradable. They are tradable, yeah. So that's something that you can summon and give away for sure. Hey, while we wait for the server to come back up, I'm going to take this opportunity to do a quick bio break. Maybe those of you that need to do the same can take the same opportunity, and then we'll hop back in. Keep looking. Yeah, this could be a minute, so I will be right back. All right, we're back. We're back. All right. Chair's fine. Don't worry about chair. I'm ignoring you hard. Wait, what? What did I ignore? Will we still need the spell to summon the pet on our bar once it's summoned? Yes, for now. For now. I still have my original stream schedule on my page. Oh. Okay, I'll check that in a sec. I want to try this again. There we go. There's that momentum. Woo! Do you think if I... Okay, wait. Before I do it, I want to see... if I can make it all the way to Avelia from here. Can I hit it? Yes! Oh, yes. That's sick. See, that's the kind of stuff that's going to start creating some really cool traversal situations when you can glide into a climb. Dude. All right. Let me get back up here. All right, a really friendly druid is running by. They're going to buff us. Oh yeah, I wanted to test and see. Still on cooldown. I mean, that's good. Like that, we definitely got that pretty watertight there. Yeah, I'll do it. Oh, let me get Windstrider as well. Joppa, summoners have always been a solo-friendly class because of getting the Titan at level 2. Now that you are moving to mastery, how do you see the summoner being able to solo now? Oh, I think they're going to be even better at soloing than they were before. Do it on my horse. Oh, that'd be funny. Hold on, everybody. Here I come. Me and old Grace. It's the name of the horse. Grace the gliding pony. Oh, Grace. Yeah, soloing on the summoner is going to get a lot easier with these changes for sure. For sure. Okay. Our goal? Avelia. Here we go. Oh, yeah. I mean, you do start losing a little bit of the momentum over time, so it's not like just permanently going to, but you definitely get enough. That's sick. Race the gliding pony. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it should always come with the caveat that all of this works fine until a dragon is involved. Yeah, and then it's like, you know. Everything's fair game at that point as to what's gonna happen next. Mm-hmm. Everything is fair game. You know what? Let's actually... Okay, last thing we're going to do on Summoner is let's get our level 50 Zephyr. Set our level to 50. Let's get our max level summonable wind weapons. Wait. Okay, so Apex Zephyr. Let's get our... Good afternoon, Joppa. What happens if you fly over a border? Let's say you are at the top of AVP and jump into the throne past the TF zone. Will it turn off? We definitely need to try that. That's we're gonna try that. Boom. Now we're going to simulate simulate some stats here. Oops. Oh, that's fine, I guess. Ah. Okay. And then let's get our... Whew. Okay. Okay. Now we're ready. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. We're gonna just jump around to some different places to see how this level 50 Apex Zephyr feels. Again, with baseline gear, you know, the stuff that you can summon. Oh, let's also, let's set our, let's do let's do a quickening amp. So this will be attack speed, melee attack speed. You expected a one-shot on a dungeon NPC? Like on an elite NPC? Ah. Well, then you must be forgetting how ridiculous our... Yeah, we can go. Let's go to the unified NPCs. That might be a better... Hold on. Do like a level 5. I think that feels good because, again, like I said, this is me not necessarily being geared as the summoner all the way like I would, like how high my stats are. So, you know, like Windblade, my constitution is feeding into my Windblade. So like if I, here, let's take a look at it. So Windblade, 248 damage. If I set my constitution... I don't know. 240. So that's the difference of 248 to 343. So 15 more constitution, and now my Windblade is hitting for almost 100 more damage. Which also would apply to my Gale Step. So now Gale Step, with that much more constitution, you know, non-crit 384. Yeah. This is all obviously on low-level NPCs, but I'm just saying, like, that's the difference that stats can make. Bonecaster. I mean, that's almost 700 crit damage Tempest from the pet at one stack of Whirling Winds. That stacks up to 5 times, increasing the damage output of Tempest. So, I mean, you know, now let's obviously low-level NPCs, but that's still part of it, right? Like, you want to be able to go to some low-level areas and feel your power, flex your power. Let's go up to the G'day Fort. Yeah, exactly. You want to feel that progress. So this is a level 20. Yeah, we'll do this heavy out here. Building up all my stacks here. $414 damage, white hit. And that's with no like input of my own. So now let's do mana bomb. Flash bomb. And rift missiles here. So let's get our... We really wanted to burn something down. I know. It's, oh yeah, they're dead. I do still think that pet health is a little bit low. Like I would not expect my Zephyr to die, obviously, in that case. So that needs to improve. Let's actually, let's go to the training dummies. Yeah, I didn't have the Undyne out, yep. Fine, guys. I'll set my skills. I'll do it. Oh wait. Let's actually try... Try the might amp. Show the attack power. Oh yeah, we can't do it on these dummies because of the way we have the dummies set up. Pet doesn't like the dummies. We need to get that fixed. That's something else we need to get fixed. That sucks. So let's just summon what we want then. Do what do we want to do? Trenches, yeah. Go to Badia Dakara. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Stud Eater. With the health tuning for the pet, I'm afraid this is going to probably... not go super well. I need to get Undyne out. Take aggro, please. 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 Thank you. I mean, if we had Undyne out, I think we would have a chance. I do. And, you know, as we get the health a little bit more, let's get Undyne out. Let's get Undyne out. Undyne. They are. I mean, summoners will definitely be a very strong soloing class. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. For sure. Gotta get her armored up. How many classes are there? There's 12. All right, we need to get, so we've got good there. Okay, let's try it out. Heal. Health's too low. We gotta get the health in a better place. I'm trying to think of, yeah. I mean, we just, yeah, it is. More AC, more health. We've got baseline armor. I mean, imagine, you know, when you start getting to the point where, like, your pets... Go away. When you start getting to the point where you've got, like, dropped armor and stuff on your pets. Not seeing that solo ability now. Well, okay, so the solo ability... I'm talking about, like, in the current state of the game with solo NPCs. And, you know... Typically, players that are soloing right now aren't soloing elite NPCs. Once we do switch to the unified NPC, then, you know, that's where I think you'll see more of that. But I don't expect summoners with the patch to just kind of walk in and, you know, start soloing dungeons or anything like that. But I do expect them to be... I mean... I think they could. They could. For sure. Mm-hmm. What else was I gonna say? How much mastery will it take to get your melee pet? Well, so you've got the Fury pet, which is the caster, and the Zephyr, which is this wind pet. So you got like your wizard pet and your rogue pet, and those you get both at level 1. You start with those. It's the tank pet, the Titan pet, that will potentially, I should say, potentially. We've gotten a whole heck of a lot of feedback on this. Potentially it'll be a mastery unlock. But we might also opt to have it be available baseline, but be through mastery that you actually strengthen it out. Yeah. It's a rogue pet, yeah. No, some abilities will come through mastery. Some of them. Most will still be through scrolls, and those will be either purchased or trained at your guild, class guild, or they'll be dropped or quested for later game. Yeah. I'll show you guys this too. So we've got the Gale weapons, right? For the Zephyr. For the Fury. Fury needs his gear too. Hold on one sec. The rogue pet already got backstab, so Gale Step, that Gale Step ability is a teleport with a backstab built in. So each pet will have their own kind of... They'll have their own specific weapon. The armor will be interchangeable, and you'll use various armor depending on the stats that you want. But the weapons will be pet specific. So like the Fury weapons look like this, whereas the you know, the Zephyr obviously has the Wind Blades, and the Undyne and the Titan will have their own weapon type as well. The silence regarding Bard is deafening. I have said it so many times. Bard is still coming. Bard will absolutely be in at launch, and it's, you know, yes. Fear not. The Wall, by the way, thank you so much for the Prime. In the 14 months, it's huge. Thank you, Thwall. You're good. You're good. You're good. You are good. I'm excited. I'm excited for you guys to get your hand on this. And remember, like Summoner, when we do the Summoner refresh this month, it's not the very end of the Summoner, okay? Because we still have the spring patch, and all classes are going to be, you know, getting kind of like fully and finally fleshed out. Then there's a couple of things for the Summoner I'm not going to mention yet. There's a couple of things that are not going to be making it in this patch, that they're not, you know, the obviously the base kit's going to be there, the base combat kit, a lot of the intended summonables and utility is going to be in there, but there are a few extra little bells and whistles that'll be coming in the spring. Those may or may not be things like rafts, wink wink, nudge nudge, things of that sort. Glide across zones yet? Wait. Did you miss it? Papa Gurkha, hold on. Hold right on. Let's test that. Yeah, let's go ahead and test that, and let's test it actually going into a new zone. Let me see if I can accomplish that from up here. Let's get even higher up. All right, here we go. I have to actually fly into the zone line itself. So we'll try again in 3 minutes. How about that? Yeah, we need to actually fly that way. These walls will go away once we have like the seamless world. Those walls will go away. I know. We'll probably have to wait till after the next patch. That's fine. That's fine. Yes, this is an item that the summoner can summon. It's a temporary item, so it will go away. I mean, the good news is with these walls in place, you're not going to see a lot of people gliding across the world and, you know, hitting zone lines and falling to their death. However, this is not the live server. No, this is the development server. We do still want to check it and test it. When will we get to preview a full mastery tree? That's a good question. That's a good question. I don't have an answer on that yet. Flavored dog water. That's an epic name. Flavored dog water. Will masteries be easy to swap between? I can see the Cleric, for example, wanting to solo with the DPS spec and use the heal spec in groups, wondering how realistic quick respecking is. So we don't want to go all the way into like dual spec or respecs being able to be done on the fly. We don't want to do that. We want there to be a little more weightiness to your spec. That being said, you will be able to respec. The plan as I speak is to respec in certain locations. So like major villages, cities, things like that would have the NPC that you would need to interact with to respec. And that there would be a scaling cost either based on how many times you've respec. So every time you respec, it would be, you know, a scaling cost, probably up to a maximum. Or a cost that scales with how much of your mastery tree you are respecking. So if you've only spent, you know, a handful of points, it would be a very small cost. If you are respecking your entire, like, you know, of the full amount of points that you can spend, then that would be a much higher cost. Yeah, I definitely think that's too... I don't know that we want to time gate the respecs. Datamok, the faction system is much more likely to be a summer thing. As far as like a more complete, thorough pass. We are going to test this, and then... I really wanted to see if we could get into BRK a little bit today, but I don't know... I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Just let me play. To wait and see. Cool, Curse Frozen, that's cool. That's cool. If the cost to respec is prohibitive, I don't see clerics going the DPS route. I mean, I could see clerics going the DPS route when they're leveling. I could see them going the DPS route when they... If that's like what their, you know, intended like playstyle and spec is. Because you'll get a lot of clerics that don't want to heal. They just... That's kind of their preferred class flavor and kind of their preferred role. And so... They won't actually... be interested in healing. All right. Oh. I'm not gonna hit it. We're not gonna hit it. We're gonna try from up here. This will be kind of our coup de grace. I'm dead. Yeah, neat. Neat is right. That's so interesting. What is that? It's got to be something with a collision on this thing. It's weird. Huh. Yeah, finally got the dance emote. That's right. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but we finally fixed our low resolution skybox, huh? So much better. We're almost there. Not the final skybox all the way. We still need the double moons and still need to get those in. But yeah. Brutix, yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's do this. Oh dear. Hey, look at that. Would you look at that? This dude's like, cool. Good programming. Good programming. First, you came for our gray box, then you took away our low poly deer, and now our low res skybox. When is enough enough? You know what? What can I say? Yeah. You lose all momentum. The momentum doesn't carry over through the zone, but I'm okay with that as opposed to just going splat, for sure. All right, I'm going to switch to the live client. Yeah, there are still a few low-resi forest creatures for sure. All right. I don't know what levels. Probably like, I don't know. I think 20-ish would be good. Probably maybe a little higher. Like, I'm coming in as a healer, so gosh, sorry guys, this is probably so stinking loud. Hold on. Gonna turn it way down until I get this set. Apologize. Is that okay? What's the plan for graphical upgrade iterations? Still many left? There's still some left. So at this point, a lot of it's going to be lighting improvements and animation polish and item aesthetics. Yeah, just improving the aesthetic of the itemization and the progression of items and things like that. A Gaspat plushie. Oh my goodness, yeah, that would be sick. Level 18, so as a level 18 healer, I would definitely need a group that is 20 plus to feel comfortable going into BRK. Sorry, I know I went into dev cam mode there for a second, but I wanted to see. Oh, I totally wasn't even paying attention. Goodness gracious. This is me getting too much into, like, I need to switch off dev mode, but I feel like I want to check something real quick with the animation there. It's been bothering me. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta hide the screen for a second. Yo, what's going on, Arendite? Good to see you. Doing good. Doing good. Hold on here. Okay. Yo, see you, Hot Funk. Want to go watch some Shakespeare? Nice. That's cool. That's cool. Any progress on the unified NPC nameplates? No, not on the nameplates, no. Zone lines are a deal breaker for you, Trusty? Well, the good news then for you is that they are going away. They are going away. Okay. There we go. Now let me open. I love Pantheon, never played EverQuest, so now's the time to experience it. There you go. There you go. There are some things I did not understand, but hey, I never played EverQuest. The dragon in the trailer? Dragon in the trailer of EverQuest is Vishan, right? Vishan. Or Vishan. Or Vishan. It made Dark Souls look like My Little Pony Adventure Island. What did? What was EQ like then? I've heard it's like Dark Souls punishing. Ah. Come on, Unity. EQ wasn't near as hard as what, Dark Souls? I mean, they're just totally different games. Dark Souls difficulty has a lot to do with timing, you know, like pattern recognition, timing, just totally different metrics. Yeah. EQ is challenging in some ways, kind of like driving is challenging, where when you get out on the road to drive, it's part of it is how good of a driver are you, but then part of it is also what are other people around you doing. And in EQ, some of the challenge metric came from the fact that you were often in a group situation. You can't account for like how other players are going to play, what they're going to do, and then you reap like significant consequences. It's very punishing if things go south. And so if you got like, you know, somebody that's pulling way too many NPCs or not paying attention and you get overrun, and it was the fact that you took such a heavy hit. Sorry guys, Unity's taking forever to open, so we'll just kind of keep chilling here. I'm glad I died. It's a good way to start it off. Great way to get things rolling. Mm-hmm. Train his own. Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to work with my 15-year-old, like, you know, really kind of getting him immersed in driving and trying to get as many hours driving together as we can, so that, you know, he's as ready as possible. And that I just try to keep drilling that into him, is like, you can be the best driver, you can be alert, you know, you can check all the things you need to check, you can obey all the laws, like all this stuff, but you have no idea what that person next to you is thinking or doing. And so you have to give yourself as much room as you can to respond, you know, and account for what other people are doing. So we'll talk about that when it's like, you know, not driving too close, or you know, kind of waiting to merge at the right time. And various things. So it's a, but MMOs are a lot like that, right? It's like we're all in here on the road together, but not everybody's in their right mind, so to speak. All right. Yeah, I wanted to check this real quick. There it is. I think it's just a bad animation. You never drive anymore. My Tesla with FSD completely drives itself. 8 cameras, never distracted. Like, I don't know if I will ever own a Tesla, but I want to experience that at some point. I want to experience that. I just think that's really cool. I do. All right, who we got? Let's see if we can get a quick little. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get like super duper locked in for like hours and hours and hours, but let's see if we can get a little. I'm gonna head over to Black Rose Keep. I really need to go get my body. So let's do that. Let's do that first. Moon shadows. Shadow. Cool. How's the progress of... Hey, what's up, Todd? How's the progress of Masteries coming along? It's coming along well. Yeah, it is definitely coming along well. What if the items scaled by the level of the player equipping it? Don't know if we want to go that route. I don't know if we want to go that route. Any chance? Yeah, the healer is streaming. That's right. That's right. And good thing that I never, ever get distracted for that reason, you know, because I am streaming. So. Glorf. Yo, Crimson Ghost, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Big time. Thank you, thank you. We have a Glorf. We have a Glorf and we have a Moon Shadows. Any chance in the new patch, can we make it so Shinobi leg wraps show up on a halfling? It's really weird seeing my halfling that looks like a kid running around in his underwear, boots, and a shirt. That's fair. That is fair. Does that affect... Is that the same for every player race? They show up that way? Thanks, Glorf. Yeah, 24 wizard. It sounds good. It's just for the halfling. Okay. Okay. Heard. Make a quick note about that. Just make sure I'm not going to get jumped by anything. Okay. There's a Glorf nearby. I can see it. Where is this fabled Glorf? Let's go ahead and bind up here. Probably be a good idea. Good idea. That's Helnir Cave. All right. Fine. Hello there. Bound to this location. I'm surprised at how many people have asked for H to Hail support. Very surprised. So we'll probably add it. It seems to be a pretty commonly asked for feature. Will any mounts be limited by race or faction? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, H to Hail was an EverQuest. I mean, that's what it was in EQ. We do right click to hail basically. H to Hail was in Vanguard, really? I don't remember that. I think the reason that now, so that's what's interesting to me about it being in Vanguard is because in EQ, H to Hail, EQ is all text-based. So you would hit H to hail the target and they would speak back to you and your chat log would fill up with their text. But in Vanguard, if Vanguard had H to Hail, did that actually open the window, like a UI window when you hit H? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we could definitely support that. Give myself a little XP back. Thanks, Glorf. I do like it for other players. I agree. I do like being able to hit hail and say, Hail Glorf. I do like that. We definitely will have player inspect, yeah. There's a 23 rogue looking for group. Well played, Tarthus. Playable Bury Nye? Bury Nye? I remember those Bury Nye. Got a 24 monk. What were you guys thinking about doing in BRK? Oh, whoops. Okay, I think the group is formed now. Hey, Phoenix, no, I did not. I have not had a chance. I didn't have time to do anything this weekend other than working, because we're trying to get the Summoner and Nightfall Crypt all ready to go very shortly. And so, spent all my time on that this weekend. Lumpy kicks. I definitely plan to. I mean, once EA hits, then you know I'll have plenty of time to find like a good window to do it. It's just hard, like making the time when it's still intermittent. But yeah, dude, I'm still it's amazing to me Man, just how much EQ still has like this hold on me. It's so weird. Oh man, it just seems like no matter how many times I play it, I'll just see it. See it like referenced in a video or just see like a thumbnail. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, the feels. The feels. It's crazy. Good easy. Hey, what's up, Mr. Jiggle? Good to see you. Yo, Fury on Fellheart. Things are going well. Things are going well, my friend. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you know, the feelings that Pantheon evokes are they're not going to be the same as EverQuest. Like, they can't be, you know. You just can't. I mean, you cannot recreate that. Because I mean, I don't know. Like, you're competing against a feeling that part of the reason you felt it is because you were younger. You know? And I don't even mean like not everybody who played EQ started playing it when they were like me, when I was like 14 years old, 15 years old. They weren't younger in that sense. They were just younger in general. Like, life, like, that's, you know, 2 decades ago. So you're always competing with that feeling. All right, Lumpy Kicks in the group. Lumpy Kicks. I'm an old man. That was half my life ago. Yeah. I mean, half of all of our lives ago, you know? It's crazy. Mm-hmm. The game was different. The world was different. Like, the world outside of the game. And that's why, you know, when we got into the conversation with Vladis a week ago or so, that's one of the questions I keep coming back to, is like, what are these games, you know? Really, what are we making? What are we making? What are we playing? What are we doing? It's a weird question. It's a good question. Yep, we'll have epic weapon quests, epic quests, epic ability quests, epic armor piece quests. We'll definitely have many different epic quests. All right, I think we're ready. Definitely not all nostalgia, though. I was 5 when EQ came out and never played it. Pantheon's my most played game in Steam right now. Well, if we do it right, if we pull it off, then it will be the right... Well, I shouldn't say right, because there's not like a right. But we're trying to create a very specific blend of the EverQuest soul, the EverQuest DNA, and a lot of what... Actually, because our mission statement, if I could put a mission statement on it for Pantheon, it would be, I want to bridge the gap between modern MMO players, and that does not mean like WoW kids. That means people that grew up and cut their teeth on EQ and they're just in the modern era. They're not interested in or have time for or whatever it may be to do like the EQ lifestyle. Playing EQ was a lifestyle. It was like, if you played it meaningfully, if you played it deeply, it was a lifestyle. And that's the kind of lifestyle that I could have when I was 15. I don't know how some of you that were adults and played EQ did it. I couldn't imagine. But it's about bridging the gap between modern MMO players that cannot play MMOs as a lifestyle, but who are either longing for or would love a what classic MMOs felt like. Much more social, challenge that comes with risk, like a real sense of like adventure. Like that's what we're trying to build. And if we do it as we continue to do it well and better and more fully, more deeply. Oi, you there! What brings you to the authority? Move along. Then we will hopefully have a game at the end of it when we launch that will see a lot of people that never got to enjoy the first round of classic games and who don't have the ability or the propensity for like a lifestyle-based MMO. I mean, obviously you would be able to play Pantheon as a lifestyle just like you did EQ. It's not, it doesn't mean that you can't do that, but it just means that the goal is not for you to have to do that to play. Is it storming? Oh, I love it. All right, I'm not leading the way. Somebody take point. Oh, yeah. There's the keep. Whew. Yes, ready. Ready. They don't pay me enough for this. Wait. Oh, whoops. Where's my... Whoa. Where's my... Hello? Ah. Okay. Alright, we're good. Have I ever tried the different climbing? Or I'm sorry. Have I ever tried the different climate weather mods in Skyrim? They're incredibly good. No, because surprise, I have never played Skyrim. I've shared that a few times on stream, and every time it's like, I've never played it. It's on my list for obvious reasons. I mean, I know I need to play it, but yeah, I have not played it. Stunned out of my mind. That is a long stun right there. I have seen Star Wars. I'm a big Star Wars fan for sure. It's Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is the one that I've never watched. You're afraid Ixar, you're afraid Pantheon won't bring the challenge. What do you mean? Oh. Glorf is getting glorfed. Getting a little heated. Oh my. Goodness, that was kind of wild. I'd like to get a little mana back. Mana some mana. Also need some mana. What am I most excited for in the spring update? Wow. That's actually kind of tough. I'm definitely very excited about the mastery system. I'm very excited about the auction house. I'm very excited about the new content areas that we're releasing. I'm also very excited about just the class work in general, like getting classes more fleshed out in general. Okay. Boss sleeves, yeah. We have a lot of planned improvements to the way that the UI information is displayed and the options that you guys are going to have. 100%. Clutter and information clarity is a big pain point right now that we want to improve. Am I excited about item linking? Yes. Oh, yeah. I feel like everything has been made less challenging in general. More moves towards solo. Mob abilities that require teamwork. Scales down. Many things that require attention and timing seems to get toned down. Well, the reason for that is, and maybe I don't even need to say this, because, you know, we've definitely talked about it before, but it's the difference in my mind between, you know, the entire game being kind of knife's edge, or oh my, hold on, just throw a little woo. The entire game being like knife's edge, versus having, you know, what the goal is and what we're, you know, the reason for the adjustments that you're seeing is to incrementally get us to the point where the majority of the game is more accessible, not only just in general for a broader, you know, amount of players, and I'm talking like skill ceiling, and, you know, people that are interested in playing MMOs generally just more casually, but also because it gives room for us to have pockets of the game that are much more challenging. What I'm hoping for, and what the goalpost is come spring, is that as these changes are made, the majority of people who pick up Pantheon to play it, whether you're coming out here to Black Rose Keep, or whether you're going to down into Halnir Cave, or whether you're, you know, sailing to an island and just exploring in general, that the majority of things that you come across, you know, depending on what level they are, you're going to be able to engage with it, you know, to some degree. That's the adventure aspect of the game that we're wanting to see. That we don't have as much of now. But then, you know, in the same breath, it's about, yeah, making sure that there are places that only groups, and even beyond that, only groups of highly skilled players will be able to go to, and oh man, I just literally just barely missed him. That sucks. All right, hold on, gotta lock in here for a sec. All right, this is the one that we're on, I believe. Blow up. Dead. Intruder sound. Okay, we got several ads, or at least one ad spawned on us there. Oof. Yes. Oh, this is Lumpy Jack's first time? Yeah. So if you get close to these watchtowers, you will start getting arrowed. Arrowed. But that's a great example too. Like, look at BRK. We get so many reports, feedback. I shouldn't say reports. It sounds like it's a bug, but we get so much feedback about BRK. It's this awesome place, really, really cool. Dungeon, place to explore, all this stuff. And the sheer amount of like knockbacks, NPC based CC, the density of the NPCs, like, it is a very difficult place to thrive in for your, you know, average, below average player. So using this as an example, as a baseline, is it better that the entirety of the dungeon experience is like that? Or is it better if there are a couple of key places where either, you know, through like a boss or, you know, some kind of specific encounter area, it's like really, really tough. And so for the majority of BRK, as long as you are a, you know, relatively average player, you're more interested in kind of exploring, kind of experiencing some of these things, you can access, you know, most of the keep and most of the surrounding areas. I'm not saying it's like brain dead at all. I mean, here, you know, great example right here of what happens pretty easily. And even this, like, come spring, we're going to be intentionally reducing the amount of like just raw spike damage, like how quickly that monk died. That needs to change. Like that's just indiscriminate, and it just, you know, you take all the time that it takes to get a group together to get to where you're going. You die in like the first 2 or 3 pulls because you've got this crazy spike damage that's just wrecking people. We want to smooth a lot of that out, and we want to specifically design certain parts and pockets of places to be more of a ramp up. And then especially when we get to our major bosses and our instance boss rooms, like that's where we really have the freedom to, like, you know, go hard on that. Everyone's probably waiting for me to release. Yeah, that's true, Finn. Hey, I'm pretty sure I see 2 6-7s in your post there. So by the way, I don't remember if Thawal and Crimson Ghost, I want to say thank you both for the Prime subs. Thawal, you've been subscribed for 14 months. That's awesome. Thank you so much, dude. Echo, oh yeah. Yeah, Giants is one of my most anticipated NPC types that I want us to get in. And I'm talking like, you know, big with the audio and the visual to go with it. Like when you get near a giant, I'm talking even like, you know, some very, very, very subtle screen shake and stuff with the steps that they take. I want it to be, yeah, for sure. I love this zone. I love the approach to this keep so much. It's so cool. I'm gonna die. Wait, where's my group? What am I, guys? Chat. If I had just ran to my death right then, that it would totally been your fault. Like, I don't think there's any question there. It would have been the chat's fault. Like, you guys are letting me run around aimlessly. The group was just over here behind you, reckon? Hey, what are you doing? Wait, stop. I'm just talking to myself. All right, guys, while we get some back up, I'm going to go take another quick bio break. Blame this this water for that. When I come back, we're going to talk about challenge baseline. So, hang in there. Be right back. Oh, so now you want me to res. Now you want me to res. You want me to actually, like, play the role of the character that I'm playing. What? Who's this? We have a level 45. We have a level 45 druid here. I'm gonna take a bio break. I'll be right back. When I come back, baseline. Challenge baseline. All right. We're back. All right, let me just catch up real quick. Okay, ready. So to answer this question about challenge, I need to hide my screen real quick. I have to be careful because I'm the healer here, so I can't just space out. I'm gonna have to find this. I wrote a whole article about this, okay? About the idea of challenge. Please buff. Yes, let me buff. Hey, by the way, any of you that plan on streaming, any of you that want to stream, make sure, if you're streaming an MMO, make sure that you play the class that is the most critical to your group's success. That's what you want to do. It's kind of one of these like unspoken rules. You won't hear a lot of people talking about it because some people, you know, kind of like to hoard their knowledge. They want anybody else to be a better streamer than them, and so they don't always talk about it. But I'm going to tell you, play the class that is the most critical to your group's success if you want to be a good streamer. Okay? I mean, it goes without saying, just from watching my gameplay, that it's important. All right, I'm ready. I found one of the things I was talking about, so I'll share it here real quick. In just a sec. Why is Moon Shadows losing so much health? Where is that coming from? Are you doing that on purpose, Moon Shadows? Oh my sweet Christmas. Did you see that flaming axe fly by my face? Okay. Okay, I figured as much. Oh, there's again. Oh, whoops. Sorry, guys. Professional streamer. It's fine. I mean, again, if you're watching, take notes. This is all part of it. This is how you stream well, right? So, this is something that I wrote back in around 2019. This is when we were first talking about, well, not first talking about it, but when we were talking a little bit more publicly about traits and dispositions, the role that we want them to play. Ow. Oh, it's a wolf. Hold on, guys. Need to get my bearings here. Hold on. Oh. Hup. Woo. Dude, the more I play Cleric, the more Arc of Light is like, just, oh, so good. Love it. When we say, here we go. I'm quoting Joppa circa 2019. When we say Pantheon is a challenging game, what does that mean exactly? What does that mean exactly? Difficulty can be measured in many ways and is rarely one-dimensional. Some games tune and measure difficulty in terms of APM, actions per minute, or rapid pattern recognition and response. They are challenging because combat requires the player to respond on cue to exact patterns or fire off a rapid sequence of keystrokes in a short time frame with little margin for error. But with Pantheon, our philosophy of challenge puts less burden on nimble fingers and more on what we call strategic depth, designing gameplay around a longer-term curve that asks the player to make decisions not based purely on reaction time, but by increasing their long-term reward or lowering their long-term risk based on a growing knowledge of the game. And I said that by way of an introduction to dispositions and traits as things that you would need to learn. And as you learn over time, be able to leverage that knowledge to reduce your risk, increase your reward, and whatnot. So when I think of challenge and we talk about, oh, we're pulling the named. Okay. All right. I got to lock in. I guess I got to pay attention. Intruders. Axe cuts flesh just as well as a tree, I suppose. Hey, that's true. That's true. Can't argue with that. Cleric. Oh, Cleric. Oh, my sweet Christmas morning. Goodness gracious, Cleric. Yo. Yo, Cleric. Somebody came out to play. Okay, good. That's good. Great. fine. I'm still in perfect control of this fight. In fact, the people who have died are merely people I'm leveraging as the overall cost of winning this fight. I'm actually soloing right now. Dude's a little tough. Goric. It's a nice axe you've got, though. Cleric usable, I'm sure. Woo! Our HPs are a resource. That's right. That's right. So, challenge. A lot of it comes down to how you define challenge. So when people say they want Pantheon to be a challenging game, my first thought is like, you know, what are you wanting? Are you wanting a game where there's high actions per minute and you're needing to time things with a small window, small margin for error, and then you keep layering things on top of that? Like, okay, I want a challenging game because I want lots of actions per minute, and I want, you know, to know what buttons to push at the right time. And then you add on to that, okay, I also want there to be a small margin for error connected to like a small window of opportunity. So timing becomes really important. And then you add on top of that and say, and I want the penalty for failure to execute those things to be high. Like, you know, the group wipes. That's a high penalty for error. And then you add on top of that, and I want there to be a death penalty associated with that. So not only does the group wipe, but the group wipes, we lose experience, we lose time because we have to run back to our bodies. You know, there has to be like kind of everyone needs to be rezzed and rebuffed and all this stuff. And you keep adding those layers, and at some point you have to define like, okay, what does challenge actually mean? Like when I say I want it to be challenging, because you can think in terms of like, I want it to be challenging so that not everybody can do everything. Like, just because, you know, a group of, you know, randos get together and want to run BRK, they're not going to be able to do it. Like, I want it to be challenging like that, thematically or conceptually. And what I'm saying is, I don't want Pantheon to be so challenging that a group of randos can't come together and, you know, as they spend more time playing the game, that they don't need to be, you know, like intensely executing things with, you know, that kind of precision. Because I think it becomes a barrier to what this... So there's two competing things at stake here too, which is like the classical DNA, because I mean, you think of like classic MUDs, you think about EQ, you think of these things, part of that classic DNA was this sense of kind of like chill adventure, right? Like, I want to get into the world and discover things and see what's there to be found. Dude, these wolves are wrecking me. Little ambient wolf guys, they hit hard. I love it. It's good. I always forget about them. What did the dude drop, by the way? Did he drop his axe? Ghost axe? Good. Good. I'm glad you got it, Glorf. Yeah, Black Fox. That's what resonates with me, because honestly, that's a lot of what reminds me of the EQ kind of challenge. EQ challenge was not in like, you know, these high action per minute, low kind of like small windows of opportunity, razor's edge, you know, in terms of you get one button press wrong, you miss one window of opportunity, and everyone's, you know, cooked. EQ is much more about like situational awareness, spatial awareness, you know, keeping your head on a swivel, making sure that you didn't have roamers and things wandering into your camp. Because the addition of a single NPC you know, was meaningful. Fly and kill a TV? Possibly. Nothing definite yet, but it's definitely a possibility. Okay, we got another one coming in here. By the way, I figured out what keeps throwing me off with my auto attacks. It's that same issue where the settings are being reset every time, and so every time I come in here and actually set this up, it reverts back. And it usually takes me like about till this point before I realize, like, wait a second, my technique's not turning on auto attack. Learning the pools. So XR, you mentioned knockbacks on a bridge is a prime example. Oh, hold on. I need some mana. Knockbacks on a bridge is a prime example. You learn it, then you adapt. You don't even need hardcore timing. Just pay attention and position smart. Ah. Well, thank you, Moon Shadows. I feel very in-mannered. In-manalated. Thank you. Okay. I no longer need mana. Up. They don't pay you enough for this, and yet you are the one that ran up to me and started stabbing me in the butt cheeks. Oh. Whew. Okay, we have some stuff going on. Don't panic. Guys, that's the worst thing you can do is panic. Don't do it. Some of you are panicking. Even right now, panicking would be a mistake. You can panic. Now you can panic. Yep. Do those wolves, man. But see, like right there, like, to me, and you could disagree with me. Some of you may disagree with this, but I think that right there was the perfect example of what I'm getting at. That was a totally manageable situation. Totally. But it happened so fast that if you are not paying surgical attention you're going to miss the window. So the opportunity for a group to get really low, really threatened, but to be able to come back is lost because you have such a tight, limited window in which you can see and respond and actually rally back. And all I'm saying, part of what I'm saying, is I want to increase that window a little bit. I'm not saying make it like, again, it's not about making it brain dead. It's not about making it like I can just like watch a movie on my second monitor and play. But it's about like, I'm dying too fast from these little ad wolves that are spawned. My near-death state gets chewed through too quickly for somebody else to see me go down and then bring me back up. Yes, clarity is an issue. We've talked about that many times, like the visual effect, not being able to control kind of some of the visibility, the opacity, the nameplate situation. You know, if you just come in here and you like turn off nameplates completely, all of a sudden you already have so much more clarity about what's going on, what you can see. You add to that like being able to only show your own personal visual effects or control the, you know, the opacity of other people's and things like that, and you start getting a much more clarity, which, yeah, I mean, makes a big difference. So I'm not saying that's not a part of it, but yeah, it's just... All right. Let's get some mana back. But see, the thing about EQ is that, yeah, and to Ixar's point earlier, like, which is, you know, definitely something we've talked about on stream and in the community a bunch. You know, EQ was a much more mechanically simple game, period. You didn't have reactions or nearly as many or as intense. You didn't have as many different status effects. There were definitely fights. I mean, ooh. See, why did I die? What killed? Was it just fall damage? Because your HP hit 0. What was that? $155 damage with cleave. I should probably loot my other corpse. Where is it? There it is. Why am I that close as the healer? Because I have a problem with wanting to be in melee as a healer. I do have an ability that gives me a free heal from a melee attack, so but I need to get in and out. Anyway, look at this. 93 damage hit. So you've got, you know, basically one round here that's like 130 damage. You got another 155 damage from a single crit. you know, obviously I'm toast at that point. All right. Standeth not in the fire, nor the cleave. There's a lot of group damage here. Like that is definitely one observation that I'm having is there is a lot of group damage. I'm you know, when we do like mad run spiders, for example, like I'm pretty much just focused on tank more than anything else. Ready to cry? No, this DPS meter is not in game right now, but this is something that we're going to be rolling out to everybody during EA. Either probably in the spring with the spring update. The knockdown for going purple. Yeah, the near death needs some work too. That's another thing that we have planned for spring to improve the near death mechanic a little bit. See if we just like make the opacity and then how about I do try just hanging back and healing this time? Let's try that. See what happens. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hey, if I'm gonna sit back here and heal, I'm gonna, you know, let's get the real cleric vibe going on here. I want to do labor blessing. There's a that's hilarious that it's like toxic. There's a somewhat toxic debate going on about whether hanging back and healing versus going in is better. I mean, prayerful rest or prayerful combat, sorry. It's cool. You know, it gives you that melee on hit, which is part of like what being up close and personal is meant to. It's meant to support that. Mastery is going to help a lot too with that. So like I'm up here, I'm fighting, I'm actually like dealing melee damage, and I'm getting a little bit of mana back when I do that. Can't wait for spring. I never felt this way in over 25 years. Yo, CM. Right there with you. Very excited. You guys probably don't realize that, like how exciting it is on the development side, like to have things like the spring update coming. It's so exciting. Like the launch of EA. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There was like, and the spring update's gonna be the same way. I mean, it's gonna be so exciting. Oh man. I don't have it on my bar. What? A little technique. Oh, let's look at our techniques. Quick discipline. A rapid succession of attacks. I mean, yeah, if I'm going to be in melee range, I might just use that, huh? Big heal. Big chungus heal. Wait, what? Oh, I haven't gotten it yet. I haven't gotten that upgraded heal. Bro, that's why that was so... I haven't even upgraded this heal yet, so it's like worse than my flash heal. Oh my gosh. Alright. I need some money. I mean, that's pitiful. Oh. Thank you, Glorf. I will accept your 1 copper piece. Thank you. What was the thought process behind the decision for the team to put the DPS meter in game? I know that's a topic teams usually go back and forth on. Oh, you mean like with what I just said about like opening it up for everybody during EA? It's because it's just to help with the testing process, really, just to kind of help people have a better sense of how things are feeling in a group, just to help them kind of clarify their feedback and different things. Yeah, Tim, this is recommended for, yeah, I remember. Cleric should be in close. Since they can use plate, a priest should stay back since a priest uses cloth, but Pantheon does not have a priest class. Yeah. I mean, again, at the end of the day, like, and that's going to be kind of the beauty of like the mastery branches where, you know, with a cleric, you've got your smite cleric, and then you have kind of your, like your, you know, mainline healing cleric. But within that mainline healing branch, we have the options of kind of letting you customize your playstyle there, where if you really want to be up close and personal, more of like a melee kind of battle cleric type feel, there will be things that help you do that. And vice versa. Even if you're in plate, if you like hanging back, which I mean, honestly, I do. I mean, I know like my Holy Paladin in Wrath. I mean, I loved that class so much. And they were definitely a hang back and heal. Why is money so low in Pantheon? Because it's needs to be higher. That's why. Yeah. It's low because it needs to be higher. Mm-hmm. I'm dead. I was wondering what was the design philosophy around NPCs. I've noticed Chevron mobs have one main spell or ability you want to interrupt. I feel like it's a bit boring over time grinding them. Yeah. Hold on. I mean, on some level, that's one of the like great things to solve in an MMO. Like, show me an MMO, and I mean, I'm serious. Like, there may be one. I'm very curious where. Yeah, let's move up. Where grinding does not eventually become tedious, boring. And I think there's a couple of schools of thought on it. Like, it can become boring and tedious because the NPCs aren't doing enough or have enough variety, and it could be argued it becomes boring and tedious when they are doing too much. Because in that situation, the boredom and the tedium comes from the fatigue of like having to be constantly processing more and more and more information. And I'll give you a great example. One of the places I feel like we come up kind of weak right now is there's a lot of variety in what our NPCs do, but if you asked me right now what the NPCs we've been fighting for the last 45 minutes to an hour are doing, I could not tell you. And that's, and so as also a little bit of an insight into game development, especially a very agile game development where we are hustling like we're hustling, most of the NPCs in here, I designed their ability kits and set them up with their abilities. I created this lumberjack ability set. I created the shield arm ability set. I made all these. Now, granted, it's been, a hot minute, but even with that latent kind of knowledge, having gone through that, I could not tell you. Okay, so you got broadside. I do remember that one. To be fair, I haven't really been paying a ton of attention either, so that's part of it. But I actually think there's something to be said for reducing the variety of abilities that NPCs are using, so that the game becomes a little bit more learnable, while still obviously leaving room for exceptions and surprises. Oh, are we going to Gabby's? Okay. Fair enough. That's weird. The sacred campfire of El Shaddon. Random traits are not going away. They're not going away. There will be... it will be more likely that an NPC will spawn without any traits. And there will be a much larger pool of traits that it draws from. Right now, there's only a handful, and so you end up seeing the same ones over and over again. So imagine when there's more like 50 or 60 total traits instead of like 5. Yeah. You should be getting rested experience, but that fire must be broken. Yeah, so I will say that I don't know if we're gonna have players give players the ability to put down like campfires to rest at, because I want class abilities to be more about that when you're kind of like out in the field. Like I want you to really want to have those regeneration buffs and those heal over time buffs and the mana regen buffs and things like that. But I definitely like the idea of there being environmental fixtures that you can happen upon that do provide that. I think that would be cool. It doesn't always have to be a campfire either. It can be, there can be a couple of different versions of it depending on the environment you're in. Dang, this thing's ugly. Whew. Okay, there's a mosquito. Oh, here we go. The mud bones. Or the zakats, I mean. This one happens to be a mud bone. Guys, how have I already been streaming for 4 hours? Like, what? Like, that's crazy. You know why else it's crazy? Because, because I have an art meeting that just started. And part of me wants to tell him, like, hey guys, I'm playing. Patchman. Yeah. I'm gonna try to do it on my phone. We'll see how it goes. Hold on one second. I'll probably have to mute my mic periodically, but you know. Go ahead and have the call. We won't tell any secrets. Go ahead. Hold on, let me get the call started real quick. Or let me join it. Hold on. My notepad for jotting secrets on how to master Pantheon classes from Joppa is overflowing with vital information. Hey. You're welcome. I'm dead. Thanks, I'll chat soon. Yo! All right. Let me unpin these. Okay. Did you guys like how I pinned the I'm on a dev call at like the last 2 minutes of being on the call? Again, it's hard to teach things like timing. You know? I am not muted. I'm not muted. Never. Never muted. I've got some chat to catch up on here, huh? Let's see. Actually, also, I do need to... Hey, guys. I know... Like, I know I've been carrying the group. Are you good if I tab out and... gather some things that one of our animators needs real quick? Is that gonna, like... Is that really gonna, like... mess anybody up? Okay. Belt 20 is an AOC refugee checking out Pantheon. Good. Or B-Pelt, I should say. B-Pelt. So, B-Pelt. Anyone else here who might be lurking that is from AOC checking things out? Number one, I don't know how long you've been tuning in. Apologies for being on a call for a good bit there. That happens every once in a while, just with some of the chaos and the timing of, you know, when people can meet. We're an international team, and so we have people all over the world, you know, that can meet at different times and whatnot. So don't usually stream with the anticipation of like being on a call during the stream. Apologize for that. My mic, I may just not be close enough. Is that better? The more of the what do they call it? The smooth tones. All right, guys, I'm going to tab out just for a second. Let me get Unity open here. But very cool, B-Pelt, to have you here. And checking things out. And if I can answer any questions, I mean, community is awesome, so I'm sure the community's got you covered in terms of answers. But if anything you'd like for me to speak more to, don't hesitate to ask. Let me actually, while Unity's opening... Yeah, Joppa's rear end is the real hero today. I do probably need to get up and like move around a little bit. Okay. So if you don't know, I am I'm playing Pantheon. I'm also the creative director and lead designer for Pantheon. So I am I'm streaming the game as a way to continue to kind of put awareness out there, get the game in front of people in the context of, you know, also being able to talk about it, answer questions, you know, various things. But also just because of how helpful it is, you know, to actually play the game. And, okay. You gather... Dead. One sec, guys. Gotta open my Teams window here. That's funny. Nope, that's not okay. There we go. Bear with me, guys. Okay. Okay. I think that covers it. I think that covers it. All right. Let's see. Hey, Joppa, how do you envision the perception and questing systems working in tandem? Additionally, at what stage of development do you expect the interplay between these two systems to be fully realized? The summer release is where we have, like, currently slated to get those things going hand in hand together, and the way that they're intended to work together. Like right now, you have the quest system, which is handling more traditional type quests, things like, you know, fetch quests, kill quests, things that are much more simple. Think of them almost like jobs. And we want to leverage perception to be much more focused on like those larger multi-step, like very lore-driven type quests. And one of the ways that we're doing that with perception is through flagging. So, you know, all these different, you know, events the game is like sniffing for and able to flag your character in a way that sticks with you. So for example, if I go and I talk to a specific NPC through perception, I can flag you for having had that conversation, and then in perception I can kind of recall that flag and leverage that flag later. The quest system isn't interacting with that yet. What I want to be able to do is be able to start things off on like a traditional quest sense, like go here, kill this, go here, retrieve this, bring it back. But in doing so, flagging your character and then being able to leverage, like, you know, our branching dialogue and other perception-based systems in tandem with the quest. So it's really just like getting the two tools and kind of the code related to them to be aware of each other and be able to call each other and communicate. That's all that needs to be done there, and then we can start running with that. And the reason for that is we had originally intended to keep them separate and to have just basic jobs and tasks and things like that in the world, but then have the perception system more of kind of like its own thing, its own sphere. But we're gonna be we're going to be marrying the two together and kind of creating like the quintessential experience to be the same for everybody. So instead of opting in to be able to experience perception, now it's just going to be kind of the baseline experience. We do plan to still have like a keeper system, like a more advanced perception system that you can opt into and progress through. But the baseline experience really, and that's the way it was originally. Like the original design for the game was that perception would be more kind of just woven in. Yeah, branching flags would definitely be possible as well. Are there going to be repeatable quests? Yes, there actually are already repeatable quests. But right now, the experience gain, the coin, things like that, it's all kind of... It's not... needs to be dialed in a little bit more. Like, we don't want them to be everywhere, and they're not meant to be, like, grinding machines, like leveling machines kind of thing. But repeatable quests, so it's actually going to play a really big part in, like, faction grinding and some of the factions that you want to develop. Will perception be a button we can click next to an NPC, or will we have to type? Oh, yeah, no. Perception is meant to be much more fluid and freeform. So perception will take the form sometimes of, we're down here right now, at the base of Black Rose Keep in this gorge. We're getting, we're killing these NPCs and, either because I've killed one of these Zakat goblins, or I've killed 10 of them, or I've killed 50 of them, or whatever it may be, there's a point where I get flagged that when I go back to Dimith, or Avelia, or Sky Durban, or something like that, an NPC, as I'm running by, like, waves at me and flags me down and says, hey, something about the Zakat goblin presence in, near Black Rose Keep. That's one way perception can look. Perception can also look like a ping, what we call a lore ping at the top of the screen. You get like this kind of terse cryptic message, kind of like a dungeon master in a D&D campaign that, as you're running around, I can imagine if I were working on the perception content in this area right now, as soon as you come down this mountain area and you start running through this kind of debris field, it's a perfect opportunity for a perception ping about, something related to what you're seeing. It's not always going to be like quest related or like, don't you have to work tomorrow, my friend? I am always working. I am typically working at this time. I'm streaming a lot longer today than I usually do. But yeah, I mean, there is no like today and tomorrow in game dev. It just is, and to an extent, yeah, I am working right now because I need to get levels. I haven't fought in here yet, so believe it or not, some of you may doubt this, believe it or not, I am very aware of certain things, even just in this, as distracted as the last hour has been. There's a lot of things I am taking back with me just in the field department so far. Playtesting is, it's a big part of it. But anyway, to get back on track, it's not always quest related. It's not always going to be part of this big grand, event or uncovering something crazy. Sometimes it's just meant to be flavor. But, imagine running through this area in the example I just gave. Imagine running through here. You get a lore ping like that. Oh my goodness, I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh no, he's looking away. Good. If he had been looking at me, that would have been it. That would have been it. But you're running through this area, you get kind of some of those lore pings, but then you run a little bit further and you actually get another lore ping that's like calling your attention to a nearby object. Woo! And in that situation, if you actually went and interacted with that nearby object, that very much could begin a quest, or, you know, flag you and give you another step, you know, to go and do after that. My goodness. Again, this is one of those situations where like the clarity can really make things difficult. So far, so good, though. I don't feel out of control yet. We do have 2 healers, though. So. Can't take all the credit. Cool. Yeah, we're still going, LNR. Crazy. Unhinged. Yeah, you bet. I mean, it helps that streaming's a lot of fun. That helps. I enjoy it. Oh! It's okay, I shielded his downed body. He's fine. No more harm will befall him. Yeah, Flatus, we're cooking. I know it's probably a long way off, but are your plans for classes to just offer more paths or advanced classes, or have new classes available after launch? We do, you know, we definitely have some class ideas, some brand new class ideas that we're excited about. I've talked about a few of them here on stream from time to time. Ooh. Oh, are those just Druid Shaman only? Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. We have some ideas for new classes that we want to implement post-launch, for sure. And the mastery system that's coming out in the spring is going to allow you to, like right now I'm playing a cleric, and a cleric is a healer. The mainline role for the cleric is a healer. But come spring, and with the mastery system, for each class, they're actually going to have 2 roles, or 2 specs, if you will, that they can choose between. For the cleric, it would be, you know, their mainline healing role, and then a whole progression system around evolving and kind of incrementally progressing that role. Kind of like a talent tree, a mixture of like a talent tree and an alternate advancement system from something like EverQuest 1. But then as a cleric, I could also choose to go in kind of a smite cleric, like a DPS role, smite cleric build, if you will, or spec. And each class will have, you know, a different pairing. They'll kind of have their mainline role. We talked about like a paladin, for example, their mainline role being a tank, but then they also have like a healing role that they can choose through mastery. And you also can do like a hybrid between the 2 if you don't want to go like full one role or the other. And you know, I can definitely see that in like a PvP setting, or if you're not focused on like meta or grouping at like really high levels of play, are really pushing it, and you want to just be more casual and kind of go with, I guess you call like a meme build, or just like a hybrid build. And we really want to get those feeling good, you know, before we start looking at brand new classes. Please don't give Dire Lord a pet. We will not. That is not in the cards for Dire Lord. Yep. Nope. You guys also plan on having strong wandering mobs or wandering faction mobs, since I assume factions won't all be nice to each other? Oh, good grief, yes. Oh, yeah. Yes. We already have a few of those. There's one I'm thinking of in particular that has a reputation for being exactly what you're describing. And it just roams through a very large, long, you know, roaming routine. And most players baseline are not friendly with this NPC, and so they, yeah, bolt, the bolt. But what's cool about it is that there's actually a way to raise your faction such that he won't be aggressive towards you anymore. And that's just one example of, I mean, that's definitely something we want to lean into. EQ did that really well. We're getting a lot of our inspiration from the faction side of like how EQ handles it. And yeah, eventually it will take more than just like one wild spell to do it. But our faction system is a little, it needs some love. And it needs to be more, you know, fully integrated. But it definitely needs a little bit of love. On a personal level, what's my favorite class so far? I'm honestly, I'm really enjoying the Cleric. I typically main a healer when I play MMOs. It'll take too soon. Oh, Glorf. I typically main a healer, and I typically main Clerics, like, or things that are similar to the Cleric. Like I did the Holy Paladin and Wrath. Was kind of like my main. And I've actually been really enjoying the Cleric in Pantheon. Especially knowing, you know, some of the places that's going to be headed. But I really enjoyed the Warrior too. The Warrior was fun. And tanking in general felt fun. I'll tell you what though. Summoner. I've been spending a lot of time on the Summoner. And it might be in the running. Summoner's fun. Summoner is fun. The new Summoner. Ding! Yo, Black Fox, bro. Take care, man. It's fun having you hanging out. Appreciate your input earlier too on the challenge discussion. It was good stuff. Hey, now what's this? Yes, I will. Oh, my body. Where's my corpse? Hey guys, I'm probably gonna wrap it up because before I end the stream, I want to get back on the Summoner. Just for anybody that didn't see it earlier, I want to do just another quick recap of the class, show off some of that stuff. So it's probably a good time to call it. Probably would be good to find my body though. Oh, corpse! Ah! Thank you. Thank you, good sir. Oh, yes. Tree form. That's sick. Wait. Wait, cast that again? Can you end that and cast that again? I want to hear that sound. Is that just me? Okay. I think it was something different. Did it? I don't know what I heard. I don't know. Hey, Slive. I don't know if you're listening, but I think my performance tonight pretty much renders the need for anyone to apologize for anything unnecessary. Yeah, like the weird pig sound. Like I thought it was like something about like the bark creaking or something like that. At any rate, it was cool. I'm actually gonna log out right here. Because yeah. The sacred campfire of Nal Shadun. Nal Shadun. Because rested XP? Yeah. Because rested. I'm going to camp out here because rested XP. That's right. Still pushing for them to be paladins emitting holy light from their crevices. Oh, I'm not wrapping the stream yet. I'm camping out. I'm hopping back over to the development server because for any of you that missed some of the summoner stuff we talked about, just want to do a quick recap on that. And then I'm going to be wrapping the stream because I am really hungry. And it's probably would be a good idea to go eat something. You know? With Nightfall Crypt on the horizon, when do you think we'll see the new zones go fully online? Also, are there any current zones you feel aren't quite living up to their full potential yet? Absolutely, yes. Like, we talk about that quite a bit on stream. It's one of the most consistently mentioned things. The new player experience, and particularly like the class, the experience of playing a class, and that new player experience of playing a class, getting immersed in your class, getting a feel for the world and the environment, your place. That's a big part of what we want to improve. Like, not to the point where it's like super hand-holdy, but to the point where it's just more orienting and immersive. And part of that starting experience is also improving like the villages and the towns and the various places where you're meant to kind of have these hub experiences. Hold on. In a way that actually impacts you. So when you leave Avelia, you know, the idea is that Avelia would leave an impact on you, that you would really have a sense of like what Avelia is and how it's related to Thronefast and what are the, you know, individual stories, you know, of certain NPCs that kind of stick with you. And so I would say that about all the different zones right now. That's an area that we want to improve. New zones, like Body of Dakar is a huge release. There's a ton of content coming with Body of Dakar in the spring, on top of like all the other crazy aspects of the update. There's going to be a lot of content. And then you'll just have to you'll have to see. We've got, you know, the spring roadmap, or I'm sorry, the summer roadmap coming after that, and then we've got the latter half of 2026 that we haven't put flesh on yet for you guys. Going to do a fresh start server once all the updates are done. Well, we do have a wipe coming in the spring. That's meant to coincide with Mastery System coming online, and you know all the classes being fleshed out to 50. So it's all kind of happening at the same time. Player mail, auction house, Mastery System, all classes up to 50 fleshed. And then you've got Body of Dakar coming out, which is a massive content area, introducing like, you know, a lot of underwater content, water travel. and then there's a whole like laundry list of other things. Oh yeah, I mean yeah, huge one. Like getting rid of the chevron and non-chevron NPC distinction and having more of a unified NPC type that scales based on, you know, your level compared to the NPC. So you no more like that, no more of that like artificial line of difficulty blocking you from certain areas. Info on the wipe on the website. Yeah, yep. You find on the website, the Discord, Pantheon Discord. Yeah. Yeah, it's huge. Spring's gonna be huge. What did I just do? I meant to need to be on the dev server. Yep, the XP system. Change the XP system. I mean, yeah. No, I don't play using the Unity player. When I play like my Cleric player I was just playing, when I play on the live servers, I play on the actual client, the same client that you guys play on. When I'm showing off things that we're working on, the development environment, that's what I do it in the editor like this. And I have been excited to see this skybox again after the one we were just looking at. Oh, that's so much better. So much better. Wow. And it's not even the final skybox. It's like, I just am glad that it's not in, yeah, that it's not in like super blown out, low resolution mode. Yeah, but the skybox moves. So, you know, you're not seeing like that nebula that you were seeing before is just not in the same place in the sky anymore. It's like if we go to like, what time is it? If we go to like, so as the sky slowly changes, yeah. Now it's transitioning to cloudy weather. All right, let's go to, I don't know. Let's go over to the orcs over here. I feel like these orcs have killed me so many times. It'd be a good place to get some revenge and showcase. Oh, thank you, Glorf. You want a violent storm and trolls to come down off the mountains to hunt humans? I think that's a very reasonable request. Yeah. That seems like a very reasonable request to me. Mm-hmm. want to look. I want to look cool. Where's my? Okay. So, summoner. Summoner. How about just a violent storm? We can, okay. Okay. Let's do it. Heavy storm. Here we go. Perfect summoner showcasing weather. Aphos. You're not meant to necessarily know what those are, to be honest. All right. Level. Let's take a look at the Fury gameplay for a second first. Thank you for the grats, appreciate it. We got our level 50 Apex Fury. The Fury weapons equipped. The Fury weapons are the little kind of like hand attachments, so you can tell, like, we take those off. These don't have any stats on them, they're just the visual development. But every pet will have their own unique looking weapon. Too small. I don't think that's too small. I think that's a good size. I mean, imagine like a gnome too. Like a gnome is going to come up to like a human's, like, not even going to come up to the human. Well, I mean, they may come up to the human waist. Like, I think that's a great size. It also doesn't preclude us doing like certain like burnout or various buffs that actually might make it grow a little bit. I mean, yeah, like okay, so here we go. Wait, hold on to your butts. It seems like some of you like legitimately are looking for something like this. Because remember, you got to think about like when you're in combat, when you're in a raid situation, when you're in, you know, whatever, you don't want to have so many of these massive gargantuan pets that you can't see anything. And everyone's asking you to like shrink your pet anyway. I'd rather keep them at a size that has a good heft and good presence to it, but isn't like overwhelming. So you guys are wanting something more like this, yeah? For the Apex? I mean, let's be honest, that looks freaking sick. By the way, I did not expect it to be this like, I mean, that's cool. But yeah, that's got kind of a vibe to it. Oh, great. It's the perfect time to be rated because clearly what we're seeing on screen is very representative of what one might expect. Yo, what's up, Primus? Thank you for the raid. we were testing out the new summoner pets, and you know, a reasonable size for what the summoner pet should look like when it's you know, in its apex form. So, you know, yeah. And I was, I mean, honestly, when I panned out like that for the first time, that actually that was kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of sick. All right, let's get back down to earth here, though. Will we ever have bosses or entities that size? I mean, I hope so. I hope so. Just be attacking its little, like, the tip of its little tail there. Okay. For real, though, we were about to do a quick little summoner showcase here. Yeah. You go into a zone of like a perpetual storm, a perpetual like raging storm, and you somehow stumble and kind of like make your way to the center. Well, you don't realize it's the center, but you find yourself kind of at the center of the storm, and in the center is this massive storm elemental like that. Whew. That'd be sick. Oh yeah, well, if we're talking Leviathan class creatures, like yeah, and like ocean and stuff, then I mean, yeah, hold on to your butts for sure, because we definitely are going to be leaning into that heavily. All right, let's get our abilities here. We've got our max rank mana bolt. We want our max rank mana flame. We're taking a look. We're taking the summoner at level 50. Level 50 summoner for a test drive. It is definitely not full power. Shouldn't be viewed as being at full power, but it gives you an idea of kind of a level 50 baseline without any like upgrades or you know, this is all kind of baseline summonable pet gear. Don't have you know, I'm going to dial in some stats for myself because the summoner stats actually do factor into your pet's power. Mana burst. So these three abilities actually make up our main combat loop. We also want to use one of our amp buffs, so we'll do the probably the force amp, just for a spell power. You can have one amp active at a time on any one pet. Yeah, let's just... Oh, wait. Now, check this. So I'm level 50, let's say, I don't know, I've got like, what? Somebody that plays a max level caster in Pantheon or a high level caster, tell me right now your intellect, wisdom, constitution, and charisma. Ballpark me. Just to get something like somebody's running around in game right now with these stats. I'm still gonna lowball it a little bit. Actually, it wouldn't have that much damage. Wait, aggro on, please. Are you kidding me? That'll finish it off. How is this game for solo? It's going to get better in the spring with some of the changes we're making. It's definitely doable now, but you're pretty limited on where you can go and what you can do. So I would say it's fair for solo play now, but when it comes to really wanting to like have a sense of progressing on your own solo, like I can actually target gear that I want to acquire, things like that. It's not as open as it's going to be come the spring. Now, I mean, just so because it bears repeating, we are a group centric game. Like the heart of the game is really about, grouping up and the challenge of grouping and the reward that comes from grouping. And there are definitely going to be plenty of areas in the game where you need a group to thrive and actually, be able to handle the content. But right now we have an elite, non-elite system that has created kind of an artificial barrier between the two that we're going to be getting rid of in the spring and moving more to a unified NPC difficulty that scales with level compared to your own. So the higher level something is, the more experience it's going to give, but the harder it's going to be. Lower level something is, that's when something that was previously not soloable, you can get to the point where it in fact is soloable. So it's going to be getting a lot more friendly towards solo players come spring. Got some swimming animation polish. Pretty much all the animations still need some polish to one degree or another. What was the question? Yo, Joppa, you guys aren't going to pull the Ashes of Creation ordeal, right? No. No. I haven't really said much about the Ashes of Creation stuff. I think like most people, just trying to most people in a position like I guess I'm in, trying to wait until there's more information to say much, but it's crazy. Yeah, I'm not happy with like, I'm not super happy with like the surface look, and I'm not super happy still with some of the like the precision of the controls. Like I want the base player controller movement like super precise and smooth, like so much more than you would expect for like a classically spirited game. I think we've got mounts close to being in that place. Swimming still has this kind of like, it's just not there yet. So, I mean, obviously we've got until spring to get that cleaned up, but expect a lot of polish there too. Do you want to hear the AOC talk? Well, I mean, the question was asked somewhat tongue-in-cheek, like, hey, you guys aren't going to pull an Ashes, and, you know, yeah, on some level, what am I going to say other than, no, of course not. I don't... It's one of those things that I probably should have put some time into, like... What would my response be? When asked, which I haven't done. The only thing that I've really said is like, I don't know. I mean, like, is there even anything that you can say? I mean, how can you know? Can't. What could someone say to actually like truly, fully, literally dispel that? And I don't think there's anything you can say. I know it would be the same question I'd be asking though. So I don't blame anybody for asking the question or wondering. In fact, a lot of people have commented on like, you know, what is this going to mean for other projects similar, you know, in a similar position in the sense that they've, you know, maybe there's been crowdfunding or things like that. Is that going to cast like some major dispersion? And it might, but you know, that's where I've always just taken kind of the mentality, like as Pantheon has soldiered on, as we've had, you know, various people from the beginning, you know, kind of like doubting the project. What I've known in my heart is like the key in all of it is to soldier on, because at the end of the day, launching the game is the best way and the only way to ultimately silence those voices. And that's why EA launch was such a big deal for us, because we got to a point that nobody ever thought that we would. Nobody ever imagined that Pantheon would get to something like that. And especially with it being as successful as it was, you know, I think was a really awesome like stake in the ground to say like, hey, like, you know, we are going to get there. And you pair that with my mentality and my belief that like there is nothing that is done in secret that's not eventually going to make it out into the light. You know, it's just not how things work. You can hide things as well as you want, and maybe you hide it for a while, but things eventually are going to come out. So I don't think anybody that's doing you know, dirty business or anything like that. I mean, it's just a matter of time, especially with how intense people are in the current kind of gaming landscape where I mean, and there's streams and there's interviews and there's comments and there's like Discord and there's messages and there's all of there are so many receipts. There's so much opportunity for receipts that eventually, you know, something like that is gonna, you know. So I don't have a way to like definitively, you know, put anybody's fears to rest, but other than just, you know, to say absolutely not. Absolutely freaking not. My wife's like, you've been going for 6 hours. What are you doing? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing it. I am starving, but I'm having a really good time. So I'm like, how long can we go? All right, let's look at a few more little cool things here, because I probably do need to wrap up soon and go eat. I wanted to show you guys this. So one of the prestige summons that summoners get is the Relic of Soaring that they can summon. Which I already have one equipped, of course. Still have one equipped. Because apparently our temporary flag is still not working. The temporary items are supposed to disappear if you've been logged out for more than 30 minutes, so that's something else we need to get fixed. I don't think many people are going to be boo-hooing if we don't get it fixed in time for the summoner patch. But definitely something we need to get fixed. But yeah, the Soaring Stone, one of the prestige summons for the summoner, gives you a relic that gives you a little bit of a glide. Right click glide. Pantheon left mouse plus key turn doesn't work correctly. What is it? What is it that doesn't work correctly about it? Yeah, like WoW level of movement, Flatus. It is a bit sad that this old type of game so focused on group stuff as a player. Love this old game system, but can't be group. Kind of unfortunate. Well, yeah, and that's one of the reasons why we want to open it up a little bit more than it is right now. You know, it can be a group-centric game, which it is, just like EverQuest was, and still have a very robust opportunity to depend on like player skill, what class you are, and just what you're trying to do for a lot of like creative approaches to the game, even as a solo player. It's just good. It's just good for the game. It's good for the health of the game. It's good for longevity, good for replayability. And the commitment, you know, is it doesn't have to be, and it will not be at the expense of like good group content. It just won't. And you don't have to look further than EverQuest to see like what a true north of what that really looks like, you know. If you hold mouse and try to strafe, it turns tune in a circle. Okay, well, here's one thing though. I know a lot of people that do have this issue. What you're explaining, actually, our CEO actually, I think, has similar movement controls. I do not have my turn left and turn right bound. I just don't use those keys. I always mouse turn left and right. I don't actually use keyboard turning. And I think that fundamentally is where the disconnect comes from for a lot of people. Oops. Where it doesn't feel quite as right. Because I just, yeah. There are people that keyboard turn, yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, I definitely want the key mapping to feel good for those people, but I don't use it, and so it's one of those things that just kind of goes over my head because I can't relate to like how people expect it to feel because I'm just used to holding left click to camera turn, holding right click to actually like character turn, holding both to move. And then while both are held, you can character turn. And then I just have strafing. Like I don't really. Yeah. Takacat, we've definitely discussed it, but we have not released kind of like an official plan for what that's going to be just yet. I can tell you that we are definitely leaning towards a subscription model. That's just kind of what we've always kind of been on track to do, like what our original plan was. But we haven't like made that official yet. Yeah. Going back to the summoner overview, we've got. Yeah, I guess I could pull the Undyne out as well. Yeah, you bet. Yeah. So, as a summoner, the Undyne is the only pet that you can have out at the same time as another pet. Oh, yeah. We've got an issue with the armor on the Undyne, though. It's not the... You can see the chest and the head is not... It's like there's a skinning issue there, so it's odd. But the Undyne has. Let's get. They've got kind of an autocast spell. They've got their heal, which is now like manually controlled, so I can heal myself. I can select my other pet and heal a pet. I can select another player and heal that player, so I've got kind of more full control over that. And I'm purposely not showcasing some of the other things the Undyne can do because I want some of that to be a surprise. We gotta let some of it be a surprise. And then if we want to... Oh, and I have to... We've got to show this off. I like showing it off at nighttime because it looks cool, but hold on, let me... For those of you... This ability needs no introduction, right? A little slow, but as you level up, it'll get faster. Shoot it, it's creepy. I'm really excited about that one. I'm really glad we got that one in. Let's get our Zephyr out. Should already be kitted up. What happens if you get jumped with that out? Then the spell ends. Okay, we got our Zephyr with the wind blades. Let's get our... Gator step. Whew. Zephyr is Zephyr feels good. What is that move's purpose when you first get it, with the move speed being so slow? So a great use for it when you first get it is, so if we went to like wrong way. But think about being like in a dungeon, because the great thing about the Eye of Zom and scouting abilities like this is that they don't themselves aggro anything. So you can move it around freely. And so if you're in like a tight dungeon and you want to scout ahead around some corners or whatever, then that's a great use for it. And at higher levels and at higher ranks, it'll move faster and last a little longer. And so, you know, you'll be able to extend that scouting range a little bit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm a huge fan of the Summoner class. Mage is my main in EQ, and I usually play pet classes in MMOs. I'm really looking forward to this update and the wipe so I can start playing consistently again. Yeah, it's good to hear. Very good to hear. Let's head down here. Into the hatchery. The hatchery. Mm-hmm. Be right back, bros. Oh my. And it's also a great ability to like freak people out, you know, mess with people. It needs red veins. Yeah, sorry, YouTubers. I'm here. Oh, that's funny. Didn't know you had a whole YouTube channel. What's the topics we're on right now? We are flowing. We're all over the place. Hey, Casgol, thank you for that. I appreciate that message. After the wipe with the new crafting and harvesting, will someone be able to mine an iron node right away? Or say have to mine a couple Asherium node or two at first? It's a good question. There's a lot of detail about the crafting system updates that I think it would be good to wait until we release and announce some of that information before we go too deep into it in terms of some of the specific things that'll be changing. Yeah. Will there be multi-boxing? So multi-boxing isn't... We don't have any official stance on multi-boxing right now. Other than I just personally don't like it because it takes away from the kind of the social fabric of the game, in my opinion. When, you know, yeah. I've gone into it in detail. I'm not going to go into it in super detail right now, but I don't like it. That said, we don't have like an official stance against it. You know, we're considering a few different possibilities. For example, like we could have, you know, certain server rule sets that are more friendly towards boxing, where if that's how you like playing your MMOs, then, you know, we could have a place to do that. But the problem with that is I think a lot of people that like to box specifically like to box in some ways because they can, because of the advantage it gives them on servers where people aren't multi-boxing. I don't know if I said that super well, but so we're still, multi-boxing is just playing multiple characters on the same PC. So I've got, you know, two or three or four or six different like paid game accounts that I'm playing multiple characters on the same server at the same time. Now you need some beholders in game. We do, and we have plans for that actually in a couple of the upcoming areas we're working on, and they are going to be nasty, let me tell you. What else do we want to look at summoner wise here? We have kind of the baseline armor and weapon summoning that you can get on the way up, but those will be very, very quickly and fully outclassed by actual dropped pet gear and pet weapons. So you're definitely going to want to still get the good stuff beyond what you'll be able to summon, but it is a form of like baselining that the summoner has. We talked about like the summoners getting invisibility now, which I know is something that summoners have wanted for a while. And it's self-only though. I'm not going to go in any more detail about what the pets will be able to do related to invisibility. Again, want some things to be kind of things for you guys to find out on your own. Also, summoners now have, where are you? Oh, maybe I didn't. Summoners have gate now as well, but they also have another one of their utility summons, summon Gatestone, which is tradable. Boop. So hand this to somebody. There we go. That's a single charge Gatestone, by the way, so you can hand that to somebody, they get a single charge use of it. You can use it as a gate. Got our damage shields updated, where they are actually now the best damage shields. Before, the druid damage shields were outclassing the summoner damage shields, but summoners are meant to have the best, and they are actually the best now. Is the Gatestone stackable? It is not. It is no rent. Only can, and it's unique, so you can only have, yeah, it's unique, so you can only have one at a time, one charge, not stackable. So it's definitely not meant to be something you can just like go ham on. We also talked earlier about the introduction of bandages, and you can expect bandages to kind of evolve in terms of how they function a little bit. Multi-boxing is terrible. Can only play one class well, not two at the same time well. Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised though. Like, there's some people that can multi-box surprisingly well. I think it's a little bit harder to do in Pantheon, especially, you know, as you get into higher levels of it, but, or like to higher like amounts of characters that you're controlling. But yeah, when you're in like a group situation where the challenge is high and, you know, you really need people on their game, it can definitely be a huge liability most of the time. But again, for me, it's just the social factor. It's like when I'm running around through the game, I want to know that the people that I'm seeing are like actual people. Yeah. Cannot wait till we get filter and search. My goodness. All right, so let's take a look at the bandages real quick. So let me actually set my level back down to something. This is kind of the first rank bandage spell. I think I get this to level 10 anyway. Summon a stack of bandages. Summons a stack of 50. So the ways these work, you can use them in and out of combat. Your health has to be below 60%. But they are... That's kind of standing in the way here, but... So where these really like can come in handy, definitely can kind of help you get a kickstart on your kind of regenerating when you're low level, or classes that, you know, like warriors or classes with like really large health pools. But the nice thing about them is that they're usable in combat as well. And so if you're able to get some distance on an NPC, you can use these to get a little bit of health back. Like I said, expect there to be a lot of tuning related to this. The idea here isn't to make bandages like necessary or you know, kind of the main path of being able to avoid downtime or anything like that. So, but they're just a really cool utility ability, or like a utility item to have in your back pocket. We've got the full spread of like food and drink now for summoners. Being able to graduate into like a single item that actually does food and drink, hunger and thirst. What else did we talk about? I do want to bind wound skill. I do. We talked about that, and that's kind of what I mean by expect a lot of like iterations for bandages over time. I think to control them properly, I think they really do need to be tied to a skill. They need to have a chance to fail. Like there needs to be a lot of those things that keep it from just being, you know, a free heal kind of thing. So, but that's why I like getting things into the game, just to kind of get the ball rolling and start getting some feedback and all that good stuff. Yeah, you can craft bandages now, but the bandages now, I believe, are only there to, like, cleanse bleeds. I don't think they actually have a healing component to them. Dude, my pet needs to give me some space here. Come on now. AAs gave the ability to bind wound to a higher percent of health in EverQuest. Yeah. Well, and they also, like your bind wound skill, once your bind wound skill, I think, got over 100, you could only bind wound up to 50% health in EQ. But once you got your bind wound skill 100, or maybe it was 200, I can't remember, you could actually go past that and bind up to like, what, 75%, 70%, 80%, something like that? I don't remember. 60%? Okay. I love things like that, and that's why ultimately I think a bind wound system would be better than just, you know, the items themselves. For sure. All that kind of like incremental progression, RPGing it up. I like it. Pardon me? The Dark Trader doesn't turn fully, keeping one shoulder angled away. You're standing in a place people don't stand by accident. Tell me why you're here before I decide the reason for myself. You don't scare me. The Dark Trader finally turns, looking you over. Good. Fear makes people careful. Confidence makes them dead. Walk away now and this never happened. And if I don't, Then I start wondering who sent you. That's when things get complicated. Okay. Look over and just see Joppa, go eat. Go eat. I think it's time. Guys, I think it's time to go eat. I think it's time. Can we see the skybox before we live? Of course. I don't know what I just said, by the way. Can we see the skybox before we live? I don't know what I said. Hold on. Hey, you bet, Flatus. What's for dinner? My wife made this buffalo chicken dip. Oh my goodness. I purposely haven't been letting myself think about it because it's so good. And if I think about it too much, then I wouldn't have been able to, like, keep going. Dip for dinner. Dip and chips. But it's buffalo chicken dip, Glorf. Not just dip. Come on. When you say Joppa, I hear Jabba. So many people call me Jabba. And by so many people, I mean there's been a few people. And by a few, I mean there's 2 people I can think of that call me Jabba. Yeah. I've gotten Joppa as well from time to time. So guys, thank you so much for being here and hanging out. If you're new to the stream, I try to stream every week on Monday and Wednesday. My start time fluctuates a little bit depending on what's going on during the day, because game dev be game dev. But typically I try to start between 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. or like 11 a.m. to noon Pacific, around 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern. That's on Mondays and Wednesdays. And then from week to week, it's up in the air, but I try to do an extra stream, at least one when I can. Sometimes that's on a Friday. I've done a few on Sunday, you know, just play it by ear. But I'll be back for sure on Wednesday. And look forward to seeing you guys back here. We'll be looking, what are we going to be looking at on Wednesday? I've got some ideas. I know there's a lot you guys are excited to see and hear about, talk about, but the discussions have been awesome. So excited to meet some new people, and excited for that to continue. Let's get a quick raid cooking. I see a new person playing Pantheon that I do not recognize, so I think it's time. It's so fun to like have these moments to just drop a bunch of people on somebody and be like, here you go. So please make them. I don't know this person, so hopefully it's not gonna, like, you never know if it's gonna just absolutely freak somebody out. I don't know. We'll see. But be nice if you choose to stay. Give them some love. And guys, I will see you. Let me get this raid cooking. I will see you here again on Wednesday. And until then, my friends, take care. Onward and upward. All right, chat soon, y'all.
He's gonna run soon.
Huh? Hello. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Joppa Vash. Thank you for the raid. Hi. Hi. Hi, what's up, everyone? Hello. Thank you for the follow. Hello. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow, everyone. Thank you. How are you guys? And how are you, Joppa? Thank you for the raid, it means a lot. Nice to meet you guys. My name is Alice Speed, or you can call me Alice. And currently yeah, I already got the necklace. Thank you, Joppa, thank you. You have a good night or day. Oh my god.